Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. The mountains had always called to me. Even as a child growing up in the suburbs of Richmond, Virginia, I felt drawn to the ancient ridges that punctuated the horizon. Now at 38, I found myself parking my weathered Subaru at the trailhead of Crow's Ridge Trail on a crisp October morning in 2018. The aspens shimmered gold against the backdrop of towering pines, their leaves performing a delicate dance in the autumn breeze. I adjusted my backpack straps and checked my trail map one last time. The 6-mile loop was considered moderate by experienced hikers, but its remote location in Appalachian backcountry meant encountering few, if any, fellow travelers. Perfect for clearing my head after months of grueling work at the hospital. As a trauma nurse, I'd seen enough broken bodies and shattered lives to last several lifetimes. The trail began gently enough, winding through dense undergrowth and occasional clearings that offered breathtaking views of the valley below. The rhythmic crunch of leaves beneath my boots and the distant calls of birds created a peaceful soundtrack. I breathed deeply, filling my lungs with the earthy scent of decomposing foliage and pine. About 2 miles in, I noticed the first oddity boot prints in the mud that weren't mine. Large, military-style treads that suggested someone substantial was ahead of me on the trail. I thought nothing of it initially. Public trails meant public access after all. But something about the deliberate, measured spacing of the footprints triggered a faint unease in my subconscious. I paused at a stream crossing to refill my water bottle, letting the cold mountain water run over my fingers. That's when I heard it, the snap of a branch that seemed too deliberate, too close. I scanned the tree line but saw nothing beyond the endless columns of pines standing like silent watchers. Yet I couldn't shake the sensation of eyes following my every move. "Hello," I called, receiving only the mockery of my own echo in response. The wind changed direction, bringing with it a scent that didn't belong. Cigarette smoke mingled with something else, something that reminded me of the hospital's morgue. My fingers trembled slightly as I secured my water bottle and continued up the trail, my pace quickening despite my efforts to remain calm. By early afternoon, the trail had steepened considerably, and sweat trickled down my spine despite the cool temperature. The forest had changed character, the friendly aspens giving way to gnarled oaks and thick pines that blocked much of the sunlight, creating a perpetual twilight beneath their canopy. I rounded a sharp bend and froze. 30 feet ahead stood a man, his back to me, seemingly studying the forest floor. Even from behind, something about his posture sent warning signals racing through my nervous system. He was tall, lean, but wiry, wearing a faded camouflage jacket that had seen better days. A hunting knife hung from his belt, and nearby, a large German shepherd sat watching the trail, watching me. I considered backtracking quietly, but at that moment, the dog's ears perked up and it gave a low growl. The man turned slowly, and our eyes met across the distance. "Beautiful day for hiking?" he called, his voice surprisingly gentle for his rugged appearance. His face was weathered, deeply lined around pale blue eyes that didn't match his smiling mouth. I placed him in his early 60s, though something about his movements suggested the vitality of someone younger. "Yes, perfect weather," I replied, forcing casualness into my voice while calculating the distance back to my car. "You're quite a ways from the trailhead," he observed, taking a step toward me. "Not many folks come out this far. Most turn back at Widow's Creek." I hadn't remembered passing any creek with such an ominous name. "I enjoy the solitude," I said, then immediately regretted revealing that I appreciated being alone. "Same here," he nodded, closing more distance between us. "Name's Russell Jenkins. This here's Comet." He gestured to the dog, which continued to watch me with unnerving intensity. I offered a false name. a habit from years of working with unstable patients. "I'm Kate, nice to meet you." Russell's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. "Where you headed, Kate? Summit's another 3 miles, pretty rough terrain." "Just enjoying the walk. I might turn around soon." I gestured vaguely behind me. "Shame to come all this way and not see the view," Russell said. "I'm headed up myself, happy to have company." The trail was narrow here. Passing him would require coming within arm's reach. Every instinct screamed danger. "Actually, I just remembered I promised to meet friends back in town for dinner," I lied, taking a step backward. "I should start heading back." A shadow passed over Russell's face, his smile faltering for just a moment before returning with increased intensity. "Sure thing. Maybe I'll see you on my way down." I nodded and continued my retreat, fighting the urge to run. Only when I'd put several bends in the trail between us did I allow myself to look back. The path behind me was empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling that Russell Jenkins hadn't continued toward the summit at all. The descent should have been easier than the climb, but fear made every step treacherous. Twice, I nearly twisted an ankle on loose rocks as I hurried down the trail, constantly glancing over my shoulder. The forest that had seemed so welcoming in the morning now felt oppressive, full of hidden threats and watching eyes. I passed a junction I didn't remember from the ascent and paused, disoriented. The trail map showed I should turn right to continue back to the parking area, but something felt wrong. I studied the ground, looking for my own boot prints from earlier. Instead, I found those same military-style treads, Russell's boots, heading down the right fork. They looked fresh. My heart hammered against my ribs. How had he gotten ahead of me? I hadn't passed him, and there were no connecting trails marked on my map. Unless he knew these mountains well enough to navigate off-trail. I took the left fork instead, reasoning that a longer route back to civilization was preferable to encountering Russell again. This path was less maintained, with fallen trees forcing detours and thick underbrush, sometimes obscuring the way entirely. The afternoon light was fading fast, filtering through the canopy in increasingly muted rays. After 20 minutes of difficult hiking, I came upon a small clearing containing a primitive campsite, a fire ring of stones, blackened from recent use, and a flat area where a tent had clearly stood recently. Empty cans of beans and tuna had been tossed carelessly aside, along with cigarette butts bearing the same brand I'd smelled earlier. Worst of all was what hung from a nearby tree branch, animal carcasses in various states of decomposition. Most appeared to be squirrels and rabbits, but one larger shape made my stomach lurch. A dog collar dangled from the branch, tags still attached. I backed away from the campsite, bile rising in my throat. Whatever Russell Jenkins was, he wasn't just an ordinary hiker. The collection of dead animals displayed like trophies suggested something far more disturbing. As I turned to leave, my foot knocked against something half buried in leaves. I stared down at a woman's hiking boot, relatively new, with distinctive red laces. Inside was a sock, and inside that, I staggered backward, my scream trapped in my throat. From somewhere in the forest, a dog barked once, the sound unnaturally close. I ran. Dusk descended rapidly in the mountains, the forest transforming from shadowy green to impenetrable black within minutes. I had no flashlight. My phone battery had died hours ago, and my headlamp remained in my car, a casualty of my overconfidence in returning before dark. The trail had become nearly invisible, forcing me to feel my way forward with outstretched hands and cautious steps. Every snapping twig caused my heart to stutter. Each rustling leaf became Russell's footsteps closing in. The forest seemed alive with malevolent intent, shapes moving at the periphery of my vision, only to dissolve when I turned to confront them. I stumbled into a clearing and looked up, hoping to use the stars for navigation. Instead, heavy clouds obscured the night sky, promising rain. As if on cue, the first fat droplets began to fall, quickly building to a steady downpour that soaked through my lightweight jacket. Finding shelter became my immediate priority. I backtracked to a cluster of boulders I'd passed moments before, feeling along their rough surfaces, until I discovered a shallow overhang. I crawled beneath it, hugging my knees to my chest as water cascaded in sheets just inches from my feet. Thunder crashed overhead, momentarily illuminating the forest in stark relief. In that flash, I saw something that stopped my breath. A figure standing motionless among the trees, watching my hiding place. When darkness returned, I strained my eyes uselessly against the blackness, unsure if I'd seen anything at all. Minutes ticked by, each one an eternity of heightened senses and imagined threats. The rain intensified, drumming against the forest floor and creating rivulets that ran beneath my shelter, gradually soaking my boots and pants. Another lightning flash, closer this time. The figure was gone, or had moved. I bit down on my hand to stifle a whimper. Between thunderclaps, I heard something else. The methodical sound of boots squelching through mud, circling my position. Deliberately slow, hunting steps. "I know these woods better than anyone, Kate." Russell's voice came suddenly, impossibly close. "Been coming here 30 years. Seen all kinds of folks get lost. Terrible things happen to lost hikers." I pressed myself against the cold stone at my back, praying the darkness concealed me as effectively as it blinded me. "Your friends in town," he continued conversationally, as if we were chatting over coffee. "The ones you're meeting for dinner, what are their names?" My silence answered him more truthfully than any lie could have. "That's what I thought," he said, his voice now directly above me. "No one knows you're here, do they?" I lunged from my hiding place, choosing action over certain capture. I collided with a solid form, not Russell but his dog, Comet. The animal's growl vibrated through my bones as powerful jaws snapped inches from my face. I twisted away, kicking blindly, and felt my foot connect with something solid. The dog yelped and fell back. I ran again, abandoning the trail entirely, crashing through underbrush as branches whipped my face and tore at my clothes. Behind me, Russell shouted commands to the dog, his voice containing an edge of excitement that terrified me more than anger would have. The ground suddenly disappeared beneath my feet. I was falling, tumbling down a steep embankment, unable to stop my descent as rocks and roots battered my body. When I finally came to rest, it was in the shallow water of what must have been Widow's Creek. I lay stunned in the freezing water, pain radiating from everywhere at once. When I tried to stand, my left ankle gave way, sending me crashing back into the stream. Not broken, I assessed automatically, my nurse's training taking over, but badly sprained. Walking would be possible, but agonizing. Above me, I could hear Russell and his dog moving along the ridge, searching for a way down. I had minutes at most before they found a path to the creek. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I pulled myself upright using a nearby sapling and tested my weight on the injured ankle. It held, barely. The creek offered a path of sorts, less vegetated than the surrounding forest, and slightly more visible in the darkness. I began to limp downstream, hoping it would lead to a road or cabin where I might find help. Each step was torment, but fear provided powerful motivation. The rain continued unabated, quickly soaking me to the skin and lowering my core temperature to dangerous levels. Hypothermia would be as deadly as Russell if I didn't find shelter soon. After what seemed like hours of painful progress, the creek widened and the trees thinned. Through the curtain of rain, I made out a dark shape, rectangular and unnatural against the organic lines of the forest. A cabin. No light shone from within, but it represented my only hope of survival. I approached cautiously, aware that any structure in these remote woods might be Russell's own hideaway. When no dog barked and no movement came from within, I hobbled to the door and tried the handle. Locked. Desperation drove me to the nearest window. Using my elbow, I broke the glass, the sound shockingly loud in the nighttime forest. I reached through carefully, found the latch, and pushed the window open. With considerable effort, I hauled myself inside, collapsing onto a wooden floor in a puddle of rainwater and blood from numerous cuts. The cabin was small, one room with basic furnishings. A wood stove sat cold in the corner. A narrow bed with a bare mattress stood against one wall. A rough wooden table and 2 chairs comprised the only other furniture. Dust covered everything, suggesting the cabin hadn't been used in some time. I dragged myself to the door and secured the flimsy lock. then pushed the table against it for good measure. The broken window remained a vulnerability, but I lacked the strength to barricade it effectively. After finding matches in a drawer, I managed to light the stub of a candle, its flickering glow revealing more details of my temporary sanctuary. Canned goods lined a shelf, someone's emergency supplies. A rifle rack hung on the wall, empty. Most disturbing were the photographs tacked to the walls, dozens of them showing hikers on various trails, all taken from a distance, without the subject's knowledge. In many faces were circled with red marker. With trembling hands, I searched for a first aid kit, finding a dusty box under the bed. I cleaned my worst cuts as best I could, and fashioned a compression wrap for my ankle from a torn pillowcase. My wet clothes would accelerate hypothermia, so I stripped them off and wrapped myself in a musty blanket found in a trunk. As I worked, I tried to formulate a plan. The cabin offered temporary shelter, but Russell clearly knew these mountains intimately. It was only a matter of time before he tracked me here. I needed to dry out, warm up, and move on before dawn. The candle guttered suddenly. Though no draft disturbed the stale air, I froze, listening intently. Through the continued drumming of rain on the roof, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the cabin's small porch. The door handle jiggled experimentally. When it didn't yield, a voice called through the wood, "Open up, Kate, you're hurt. I can help." Russell's tone was reasonable, concerned even, the voice of a good Samaritan offering assistance to a lost hiker. Only the circumstances revealed the lie. I remained absolutely still, not even daring to breathe. "I know you're in there," he continued. "Saw the candlelight. You broke the Sanderson window." A pause. "They haven't used this place in years, not since their boy went missing on the trail." The information chilled me further. Russell knew the cabin owners personally, knew their history. How long had he haunted these mountains, watching, waiting, hunting? "I'm getting soaked out here," he said, a note of irritation creeping into his voice. "Be reasonable. That ankle needs proper attention. I was a medic in the Army. I can wrap it properly." When I didn't respond, he sighed audibly. "Have it your way." Something heavy crashed against the door, making the table legs scratch across the floor. Again the impact came, and I realized he was using his shoulder as a battering ram. The old wood groaned, but held. I extinguished the candle and moved to the window I'd broken earlier. If he forced the door, I'd have no choice but to escape the way I'd entered, injured ankle or not. The assault on the door stopped suddenly. Footsteps circled the cabin, heading toward the broken window. I retreated to the farthest corner, clutching a can of beans as my only weapon. Russell's face appeared at the window, water streaming from his sodden hair. In the brief flashes of lightning, he looked skeletal, all pretense of normalcy stripped away. "You've made things difficult, Kate," he said quietly. "I like that. The others gave up too easily. No sport in it." The others. The implication of those two words sent ice through my veins. He began clearing the broken glass from the window frame methodically, preparing to climb through. I raised the can, knowing how pathetically inadequate it would be against his hunting knife. Lightning flashed again, closer this time, followed immediately by a deafening crack of thunder. Something massive crashed nearby, a tree struck by lightning, toppling to earth. Russell turned instinctively toward the sound. In that moment of distraction, I lunged forward and brought the can down on his fingers where they gripped the window frame. He howled in pain and withdrew his hand. I slammed the window shut and threw the latch, trapping a scrap of his jacket. His face contorted with rage, all pretense abandoned. "I'm going to take my time with you," he snarled. "Days, not hours." I backed away from the window, searching frantically for another weapon, anything more substantial than a can. Finding nothing, I turned my attention to the wood stove. If I could light a fire, perhaps I could fashion a torch for self-defense. As I gathered kindling from a small pile beside the stove, I heard Russell moving again, this time to the rear of the cabin. A new sound joined the storm, the systematic thud of an axe against wood. He was chopping his way in through the back wall. Each impact of the axe reverberated through the cabin like a death knell. I abandoned the fire attempt and searched desperately for an alternative escape route. The cabin had no other doors, and the windows were too small to climb through quickly, especially with my injured ankle. My gaze fell on the floor rough-hewn planks with visible gaps between them. Dropping to my knees, I examined the construction more closely and found what I'd hoped for: a trapdoor leading to a small storage space beneath the cabin. With strength born of pure terror, I managed to pry it open just as the first boards at the back wall splintered inward. I lowered myself into the dirt-floored crawl space and pulled the trapdoor closed above me. The space was barely 18 inches high, forcing me to lie flat on my stomach in the damp earth. Through gaps in the floorboards, I could see Russell finally break through the wall, axe in hand, his clothing torn and muddy from his efforts. Comet slipped in behind him, nostrils flaring as he caught my scent. Come out, Russell called, moving methodically through the one-room cabin, checking behind the sparse furniture. The longer you hide, the worse it'll be. The dog moved differently, circling the cabin with purpose, nose to the ground. It stopped directly above me, scratching at the floorboards and whining. Russell laughed, a sound devoid of humor or humanity. Good boy, Comet. Found her. Footsteps approached the trapdoor. I pressed myself against the cold earth, searching for any means of defense in the darkness. My fingers closed around something long and metallic, a tire iron, perhaps left by the cabin owners during construction. When the trapdoor lifted, I was ready. I swung the tire iron with all my remaining strength, connecting solidly with Russell's face as he peered into my hiding place. There was a sickening crunch and a spray of warm liquid across my hand. Russell fell backward, momentarily stunned. I scrambled from the crawl space, still clutching my makeshift weapon. Russell lay on his back, blood pouring from his shattered nose, the axe just beyond his outstretched fingers. I brought the tire iron down again, aiming for his temple, but he rolled aside with surprising agility. Comet lunged for me, but I managed to strike the dog across the muzzle, sending it yelping into the corner. Russell was on his feet now, blood streaming down his face and fire in his eyes. You're just like the others, he spat through crimson teeth. They all fight at the end. Makes it sweeter. He feinted toward the axe, and when I moved to block him, changed direction and tackled me bodily. We crashed to the floor, his weight driving the air from my lungs. His hands closed around my throat, thumbs pressing into my windpipe with practiced precision. Darkness began to cloud the edges of my vision as my oxygen depleted. In desperation, I drove my knee upward, connecting with his groin. His grip loosened fractionally, enough for me to twist sideways and break his hold. I crawled toward the axe, fingers closing around its wooden handle, just as Russell grabbed my injured ankle. Pain exploded up my leg as he wrenched it savagely. I rolled onto my back, swinging the axe in a wild arc. The blade bit into his forearm, slicing through fabric and flesh. Russell released me, howling and clutching his wounded arm. Blood pulsed between his fingers, suggesting I'd hit an artery. His face registered shock. Perhaps he'd never encountered prey that fought back so effectively. But wounded animals are often the most dangerous. He reached behind his back and produced a hunting knife, its blade catching the faint light filtering through the broken wall. Should have done this from the start, he growled, advancing on me again. We circled each other in the confined space of the cabin, each searching for an opening. Russell's injured arm hung uselessly at his side, but the knife in his right hand more than compensated for the disadvantage. My ankle threatened to collapse with each step, and exhaustion dulled my reactions. Outside, the storm had begun to abate, the thunder now distant rumbles rather than earth-shaking crashes. Through the broken wall, I caught glimpses of the sky lightening imperceptibly toward dawn. Sun's coming up, Russell observed, following my gaze. Been at this all night. Longest hunt I've had in years. How many? I asked, the question escaping before I could stop it. How many people have you killed? He smiled, revealing teeth stained with his own blood. Enough to know exactly how this ends. He lunged suddenly, knife slashing toward my abdomen. I parried with the axe handle, but lost my balance on my injured ankle. We both went down, Russell landing partially on top of me, his knife inches from my face as I held his wrist with both hands. Comet had recovered and now circled us, waiting for an opportunity to rejoin the fight. The dog's presence eliminated any chance of escape through the cabin's new rear entrance. Russell's face was inches from mine, his breath hot and metallic with blood. "Military taught me 16 ways to kill with just my hands," he whispered. "But I prefer the knife, more intimate." As we struggled, I became aware of a new sound cutting through the diminishing rain. An engine, distant but approaching. Russell heard it too, his head turning slightly toward the noise. I seized the moment of distraction to drive my forehead into his already broken nose. He reeled back, momentarily blinded by pain, and I scrambled from beneath him. The knife caught my calf as I moved, opening a shallow but painful gash. The engine sound grew louder, a vehicle on what must be a nearby service road. I stumbled to the cabin's front door, tore aside the table barricade, and threw myself onto the porch. "Help!" I screamed, my voice raw and unfamiliar. "Help me!" The forest had lightened enough to reveal shapes and contours. Through the trees, I caught glimpses of movement. A jeep with official markings picking its way along a rough track I hadn't known existed. Park rangers conducting post-storm checks of the backcountry. Russell appeared in the doorway behind me, knife still in hand. For one terrible moment, I thought he would kill me regardless of the approaching vehicle. But self-preservation won out. He retreated into the cabin's shadows. I half ran, half fell down the cabin steps and toward the approaching jeep, waving my arms frantically. The vehicle stopped, and 2 uniformed rangers emerged, their expressions transitioning from surprise to alarm as they took in my battered state. "He's in there," I gasped, pointing toward the cabin. "He tried to kill me, others too. He has a knife." The rangers exchanged glances, one speaking rapidly into a radio, while the other drew his sidearm and positioned himself between me and the cabin. What followed seemed dreamlike in its surreality. More vehicles arriving, men and women in various uniforms securing the area. Someone wrapped a blanket around my shoulders and led me to a medical vehicle, where my injuries were assessed and treated with efficiency that bordered on tenderness. Russell Jenkins didn't emerge from the cabin until surrounded by armed officers. Even then, he maintained the facade of innocence, claiming he'd been trying to help a lost, confused hiker who had attacked him without provocation. But the cabin told a different story. Beneath a loose floorboard, investigators found his true legacy: driver's licenses, credit cards, jewelry, and personal effects belonging to hikers reported missing over the past decade. Photos matching those circled on the walls. A journal detailing his hunts in meticulous, disturbing detail. I learned later that Russell Jenkins wasn't even his real name. He had been Walter Gregory Simmons, a former military specialist with a history of psychiatric hospitalizations dating back to his discharge. The cabin belonged to a family whose son had been among his first victims. A cruel irony that he had used their own property as a hunting blind for subsequent targets. The mountains still call to me sometimes, their siren song unchanged by the horrors I experienced among them. But I haven't returned to the trails. Instead, I watch them from a distance, their ancient ridges eternally indifferent to the darkness that sometimes walks beneath their canopy. The darkness that lives not in the forest itself, but in the hearts of those who use its wild isolation to become the monsters they truly are. I know now that the most terrifying predators wear human faces and speak with gentle voices. They ask your name on mountain trails and offer assistance when you're lost. They have practiced smiles that never reach their eyes, and they hunt among us still. This incident occurred nearly 6 years ago, though the memories remain as fresh as if they happened yesterday. I've changed names and some minor details for privacy reasons, as I'm using a temporary account that I won't access again after sharing this story. At the time of these events, I had been dating Ivy for just over 4 years. Both of us shared an intense passion for outdoor activities: hiking, fishing, nature photography, stargazing, and spontaneous picnics. There was something liberating about driving to an unfamiliar park and exploring its hidden trails together. We were both 27 then, working entry-level corporate jobs that kept us indoors far more than we preferred. Our weekend escapes into nature served as our salvation from the fluorescent-lit cubicles and endless email chains. That particular Saturday in late September began like many others. I woke at dawn, the autumn air crisp as it filtered through our apartment window. Ivy was already awake, brewing coffee and scrolling through hiking possibilities on her phone. "What about Ravenwood State Forest?" she suggested, passing me a steaming mug. "It's about 2 hours north. The photos look incredible. There's a river cutting through it and supposedly some interesting rock formations." I sipped my coffee, examining the trail maps over her shoulder. "Looks perfect. Want to make it an overnight trip? I could pack the camping gear just in case." Ivy nodded enthusiastically. "Weather report says clear skies, but I'll bring extra layers. Fall nights get cold up north." I loaded our camping equipment into the trunk of my aging sedan. Not because we had definitely decided to camp, but because Ivy and I had developed a habit of letting our adventures unfold organically. Sometimes a day hike transformed into an impromptu camping trip when we couldn't bear to leave the tranquility of the wilderness. Other times, unexpected rain or dropping temperatures would send us scurrying back to the comfort of our apartment. The drive north was pleasant. We listened to podcasts, sang along to nostalgic songs from our college years, and discussed possibilities for our future. By the time we reached the almost empty parking area at Ravenwood, the conversations had drifted to our shared dream of buying land somewhere remote, perhaps building a cabin with our own hands. "Maybe somewhere like this," Ivy said as she laced up her hiking boots. "Far enough from the city to see stars, but close enough that we can still get decent takeout when we're feeling lazy." I laughed, shouldering my backpack with our essentials: water bottles, trail mix, first aid supplies, a small camera, and rain jackets, just in case. Ivy carried a smaller pack with additional snacks and her sketchbook. The trailhead welcomed us with a weathered wooden sign marking the beginning of the Oak Ridge Trail, a 12-mile loop through the forest. A smaller faded notice beside it warned hikers to stay on marked paths due to steep ravines and unstable ground in certain areas. The sign mentioned nothing about dangerous plants or other hazards, a detail that would later haunt me. We signed the trail register, noting our planned route and expected return time, a safety measure we always observed, even on well-traveled paths. Only 2 other names were listed for that day, both having started several hours earlier. As we stepped onto the trail, dappled sunlight filtered through the canopy of maple and oak trees, their leaves beginning their annual transition to brilliant orange and crimson hues. The forest welcomed us with gentle sounds, birds calling to one another, leaves rustling in the occasional breeze, and somewhere in the distance, the promise of running water. "This is exactly what I needed," Ivy sighed contentedly, reaching for my hand as we walked. "I've been dreaming about this all week." I squeezed her hand in agreement. The stresses of our daily lives seemed to dissolve with each step deeper into the woods. Neither of us could have anticipated how drastically our peaceful excursion would transform in the hours to come. The first mile of our hike fulfilled every expectation. The trail meandered gently through groves of towering trees, occasionally offering glimpses of the valley below through breaks in the forest. We stopped frequently, Ivy to sketch interesting fungi or unusual rock formations, me to photograph the interplay of light and shadow in the forest. After about an hour, the path began to descend gradually toward what trail signs indicated was Blackwater River. The name seemed appropriate as we caught our first glimpse of the water, dark and seemingly bottomless despite its clarity, flowing with deceptive calmness between moss-covered banks. "Want to stop for lunch when we reach the river?" I suggested, noting the time approaching noon. Ivy nodded, adjusting her pack. "Definitely. I read there's a small beach area that's perfect for picnics." As we continued downward, the forest began to change subtly around us. The trees grew more densely packed, their trunks wider and covered with thick, gnarled bark. The cheerful songs of warblers and finches from the higher elevations gave way to the occasional harsh cry of a crow. The temperature dropped noticeably, not unusual for a river valley. but the change felt somehow more pronounced than it should have been. I first noticed the discomfort as we approached the final descent to the river. A vague sense of unease settled over me, similar to the feeling of being watched. I found myself glancing repeatedly over my shoulder, only to see nothing but the empty trail behind us. "Everything okay?" Ivy asked, noticing my distraction. "Yeah, just thought I heard something," I replied, trying to dismiss the sensation. "Probably just a squirrel." We reached the river shoreline around 12:30. The promised beach was there, a small crescent of smooth stones and sand nestled in a bend of the Blackwater. We claimed a relatively flat boulder as our dining table and unpacked our simple lunch of sandwiches, fruit, and trail mix. As we ate, I couldn't shake the growing discomfort. The river's flow created sounds that somehow seemed wrong, not the expected gentle gurgling, but something that resembled distant conversations, just below the threshold of comprehension. The waters moved with an almost deliberate quality, swirling in patterns that drew and held my attention. "Do you hear that?" I asked Ivy, setting down my half-eaten sandwich. She tilted her head, listening. "The water, or those birds?" "No, it's like—" I struggled to articulate the sensation. "Like whispers, coming from the river." Ivy looked concerned. "I don't hear anything like that, just normal river sounds." I laughed nervously, trying to dismiss my unease. "Maybe I'm just dehydrated or something." I deliberately drank more water, hoping to clear my head. The rational part of my brain insisted I was simply experiencing the effects of too little sleep the night before, perhaps combined with the change in altitude. After lunch, we decided to continue following the river trail, which paralleled the water for another 2 miles before climbing back up to higher elevations. The path narrowed considerably here, forcing us to walk single file in many sections. Dense undergrowth pressed close on either side, ferns and shrubs I couldn't identify creating walls of vegetation that seemed to reach for us as we passed. The sounds of the forest had grown strangely muted, as though something was dampening the normal wilderness acoustics. Even our footsteps seemed oddly absorbed by the ground, leaving an unsettling silence in their wake. The air felt heavier, almost resistant to our movement through it. "Is it just me, or is it getting harder to breathe down here?" I asked, pausing to take deeper breaths. Ivy stopped beside me, looking concerned. "Now that you mention it, the air does feel kind of thick. Maybe there's a weather front moving in?" I checked the sky through gaps in the canopy, but the small patches of visible blue appeared unchanged. No clouds, no darkening that would indicate an approaching storm. "Let's just keep moving," I suggested, fighting the irrational urge to turn back. "I'm sure it'll be better once we start climbing again." We pressed on, but the sense of wrongness continued to intensify. The path twisted unpredictably, sometimes seeming to double back on itself. Though we followed the trail markers diligently, I couldn't shake the sensation that we were walking in circles, or worse, being deliberately led deeper into the forest than we intended to go. By mid-afternoon, fatigue began to set in more severely than it should have for experienced hikers like us. My legs felt unusually heavy, and a persistent headache had taken root behind my eyes. Ivy, typically the more energetic of us, had grown quiet, her earlier enthusiasm noticeably diminished. "Let's take a break," I suggested, spotting a fallen log that offered a reasonable resting place. As we sat, I noticed Ivy staring intently at the ground, her expression unreadable. "What's wrong?" I asked. She didn't respond immediately. When she finally looked up, something subtle had changed in her eyes. A slight unfocusing, as though she was simultaneously looking at me and through me. "Nothing," she said after a pause that lasted too long. "Just thinking." Her voice sounded normal, yet somehow hollow, as if something essential had been removed from it. I felt the first real flicker of fear ignite somewhere deep in my chest, though I couldn't yet articulate why. As the afternoon progressed, the forest grew increasingly oppressive. The trees seemed to lean inward above the trail, creating a claustrophobic tunnel effect that hadn't been present earlier in our hike. Shadows stretched longer than they should have for the time of day, distorting familiar shapes into menacing silhouettes. I checked my watch. 3:42 p.m. We had been hiking for nearly 5 hours, and according to the trail map, should have reached the halfway point of the loop by now. Yet nothing in our surroundings corresponded with the landmarks indicated on the map. "I think we might have taken a wrong turn somewhere," I admitted to Ivy, unfolding the paper map again. She stood motionless several feet ahead of me, her back turned. She hadn't spoken in nearly 20 minutes, unusual for her, as she typically kept up a steady stream of observations about plants and wildlife during our hikes. "Ivy," I called more loudly this time, "can you come look at this map with me?" When she turned, her movements were strangely mechanical, lacking the fluid grace I associated with her. Her eyes met mine, but there was a disturbing emptiness in them, not vacant but somehow altered, as though something else was looking out through her familiar irises. "We need to go deeper," she said, her voice flat and uninflected. An involuntary shiver ran through me. "What? No, I think we need to find our way back to the main loop. We must have wandered onto a side trail." "Deeper," she repeated, turning away and continuing down the path without waiting for my response. Alarmed, I hurried after her, grabbing her arm to stop her progress. "Ivy, what's going on? You're acting strange." She stared at my hand on her arm as though it was a foreign object, then slowly raised her gaze to my face. For a moment, there was confusion in her expression, then recognition flooded back. "Sorry," she said, blinking rapidly. "I think I zoned out for a minute there. What were you saying about the map?" Relief washed over me, though unease lingered. "I was saying I think we've somehow gotten off the main trail. We should have reached Morrison Ridge by now, according to this." I pointed to our intended location on the map. Ivy frowned, studying the paper. "That's weird. I've been following the blue blazes the whole time." She pointed to a faded blue mark on a nearby tree trunk, the official trail indicator for the Oak Ridge Loop. I hesitated, wondering if my own perception was somehow compromised. Had I imagined her strange behavior moments ago? Was I becoming unnecessarily paranoid? "Maybe the map isn't as accurate as it should be," I suggested, trying to rationalize our situation. "Let's keep following the markers, but if we don't reach some recognizable landmark soon, we should consider turning back." Ivy nodded, but something in her expression had changed again. A subtle hardening around her mouth, a tightness that hadn't been there before. "Whatever you think is best," she said, her tone carrying an undercurrent I couldn't quite identify. We continued forward, the path growing increasingly difficult to navigate. Roots seemed to rise from the earth specifically to catch our feet, and low-hanging branches appeared to reach for us as we passed. The air had taken on a peculiar scent, not the expected forest aromas of decomposing leaves and damp earth, but something sharper, almost medicinal. My headache intensified, accompanied now by occasional moments of dizziness. Colors seemed simultaneously more vivid and somehow wrong, as though the natural palette of the forest had been subtly altered. Sounds continued to distort, the distant call of a bird stretching unnaturally, the rustle of leaves taking on rhythmic qualities that mimicked whispered words. Despite the increasing strangeness, I remained determined to maintain a rational perspective. There had to be logical explanations. Perhaps we were experiencing the effects of exhaustion, or maybe some environmental factor was affecting our perceptions. Poisonous plants existed in these forests. Perhaps we had inadvertently brushed against something with psychoactive properties. I was so consumed with these thoughts that I almost collided with Ivy, who had stopped abruptly in the middle of the path. "Do you see them?" she whispered, staring into the dense undergrowth to our right. I followed her gaze but saw nothing unusual, just shadows among ferns and the gnarled trunks of ancient trees. "See what?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "They're watching us. They've been following since the river." Her voice had acquired a trembling quality I'd never heard before. I placed my hands on her shoulders, turning her gently to face me. "There's nothing there, Ivy. I think we're both getting tired and maybe a little spooked by this place. Let's take another break, have some water." She jerked away from my touch with unexpected violence. "Don't patronize me," she snapped, her voice rising sharply. "I know what I saw." The outburst was so uncharacteristic that I stepped back involuntarily. In 4 years together, through countless stressful situations, I had never seen Ivy react with such sudden hostility. "I'm sorry," I said carefully. "I didn't mean to dismiss what you're experiencing. Tell me what you saw." Her expression cycled rapidly through emotions: anger, fear, confusion, and finally, a disturbing blankness. I don't know now. Something moving in the trees, watching." She rubbed her temples. "My head really hurts." Concern overrode my own discomfort. "Let's sit down. I have some pain relievers in the first aid kit." I guided her to a relatively clear spot and helped her remove her backpack. As I searched through my pack for the medication, I noticed Ivy's breathing had become shallow and rapid. Her skin, normally warm-toned, had taken on an ashen quality, and a thin sheen of sweat covered her forehead despite the cool air. "Here, take these." I offered her 2 tablets and my water bottle. "Maybe we're dealing with altitude sickness or something." She accepted the medication without comment, swallowing the pills mechanically. Then she stared at the water bottle in her hands, as though she couldn't quite remember what it was for. "Ivy?" I prompted gently. Her head snapped up, eyes widening as she looked past me into the forest. "We need to go," she whispered urgently. "Now, they're getting closer." The transformation in Ivy accelerated as we resumed our hike. Gone was her usual thoughtful, measured demeanor, replaced by something frenetic and unpredictable. She walked several paces ahead of me, her movements alternating between a cautious creep and sudden bursts of almost running. Every few minutes she would freeze, head tilted, as though listening to sounds I couldn't detect. The forest had grown darker much earlier than it should have. Though my watch insisted it was only 4:30 p.m., the light filtering through the canopy had the dim, golden quality of approaching sunset. Shadows stretched impossible distances, creating patterns that seemed to move independently of their sources. "We need to think about heading back," I called to Ivy. "It'll be dark in a couple of hours." She didn't acknowledge me, continuing her erratic progress forward. When I jogged to catch up with her, she flinched away from my approach. "Don't touch me," she warned, her voice a harsh whisper that barely resembled her normal tones. "They might notice you too." I tried to maintain my composure despite the cold fear spreading through my chest. "Who might notice, Ivy? There's no one here but us." She laughed, a short, ugly sound utterly unlike her usual warm chuckle. "You're so blind, they're everywhere. In the trees, under the ground, watching, waiting." I took a deep breath, fighting my own increasing paranoia. One of us needed to remain rational, and Ivy was clearly losing her grip on reality. "I think you might be having some kind of reaction to something. Maybe a plant we brushed against. We need to get back to the car, maybe find a hospital." "Hospital won't help," she muttered. "They can't stop what's coming." I decided to try a different approach. "What exactly do you think is coming, Ivy? Help me understand what you're experiencing." She stopped so suddenly I nearly collided with her again. When she turned to face me, her expression had changed completely, the paranoia replaced by a cold, evaluating look that seemed to assess my worth as one might examine an insect. "You're one of them, aren't you?" she asked, her voice eerily calm. "You've been one of them all along." Before I could respond, she reached out with surprising speed and grabbed my wrist, her fingers digging in with painful intensity. "How long have you been watching me? How long have you been pretending?" "Ivy, you're hurting me," I said as calmly as I could manage. "I'm not pretending anything. I'm me, the same person you've known for 4 years." "Liar," she hissed, releasing my wrist with a violent shove that nearly sent me stumbling into a tree. "You think I don't see the way you change when I'm not looking directly at you? The way your face slips?" The genuine horror in her voice triggered an involuntary response. I touched my own face as though to confirm its solidity. "My face isn't slipping, Ivy. I think you might be hallucinating." "That's exactly what you would say," she cried, backing away from me. "You want me to doubt myself, to think I'm crazy. But I see you now. I see what you really are." She turned and bolted down the trail, moving with a desperate speed that seemed impossible given her earlier fatigue. I called after her, then cursed and gave chase, terrified she would injure herself in her panicked flight. The forest blurred around me as I ran, branches whipping my face and arms. The path twisted unpredictably, making it difficult to keep Ivy in sight. My lungs burned, and the persistent headache throbbed in time with my racing pulse. I found her in a small clearing about a quarter-mile ahead, standing perfectly still in its center. The area was unusual, a perfect circle of treeless ground approximately 30 feet in diameter. No underbrush grew here, just a carpet of unnaturally uniform moss covering the entire space. "Ivy," I called cautiously, remaining at the edge of the clearing. Something about the space felt wrong. The air above it seemed to waver slightly, like heat rising from hot pavement. She didn't turn or acknowledge my presence. Her stillness was absolute, not even the rise and fall of breathing visible in her silhouette. "Ivy, please," I tried again, taking a tentative step into the clearing. "Whatever you're experiencing, we'll figure it out together. But we need to get out of these woods before dark." Slowly, with a jerky movement that reminded me of damaged film footage, she turned to face me. Her expression was completely vacant, eyes staring through me rather than at me. Then, without warning, her features contorted into a mask of pure terror. The scream that erupted from her shattered the forest's unnatural silence, a sound of such primal fear that the hairs on my arms and neck rose in immediate response. It wasn't a scream of surprise or momentary alarm, but the sustained wail of someone confronting incomprehensible horror. I rushed forward instinctively, reaching for her. But before I could make contact, her behavior shifted again. The scream cut off abruptly, replaced by wild, disjointed laughter. Her arms began to flail, as though fighting off invisible attackers approaching from all sides. "Get them off!" she shrieked between bursts of laughter. "They're crawling on me! Get them off!" She clawed at her own skin, nails leaving red trails along her arms and neck. I grabbed for her hands, trying to prevent her from injuring herself further, but her panic gave her unusual strength. One of her wildly swinging arms caught me directly in the temple, knocking my glasses off and sending me staggering backward. The world immediately dissolved into a blur of indistinct shapes and colors. Without my glasses, I was functionally blind beyond a few inches from my face. Dropping to my hands and knees, I began frantically searching the moss for the lost eyewear, the situation now doubly terrifying with my impaired vision. Through the auditory chaos of Ivy's continued screams and my own panicked breathing, I became aware of another sound, a low, rhythmic humming emanating from the ground itself. The moss beneath my searching hands seemed to vibrate with it, the sensation traveling up my arms and resonating in my chest cavity. My fingers finally closed around the familiar shape of my glasses. I jammed them onto my face, the world snapping back into focus just in time to see Ivy sprinting from the clearing, heading deeper into the woods, away from the trail we had been following. "Ivy, stop!" I shouted, scrambling to my feet and pursuing her once more. The forest beyond the clearing was different, older, untouched. The trees here were massive, their trunks wider than my arm span, their bark black with age and moisture. No trail existed here, just spaces between the enormous trees where undergrowth couldn't establish itself due to lack of sunlight. I ran blindly, guided only by the sounds of Ivy crashing through the vegetation ahead of me. My foot caught on an exposed root, sending me sprawling face first into the damp earth. I tasted blood, felt the sharp sting of a cut lip, but pushed myself up immediately. "Ivy," I called again, my voice echoing strangely among the massive trunks. The crashing sounds had stopped. The forest had fallen completely silent. Not even the ambient noises of insects or wind remained. I strained to hear any indication of Ivy's direction, turning slowly in place as panic threatened to overwhelm my rational thought. A sound finally broke the silence, a soft, broken sobbing coming from somewhere to my left. I moved cautiously toward it, pushing aside ferns and navigating around the huge trees until I found her. Ivy sat on the ground, knees pulled to her chest, arms wrapped tightly around them. Her body shook with each sob, her face buried against her knees. I approached slowly, as one might a wounded animal, alert for any sign that she might bolt again. "Ivy," I said softly, It's me. I'm here to help you." Her sobbing stopped abruptly. When she raised her head, her face was streaked with dirt and tears, eyes red-rimmed and swollen. But what struck me most was the expression, raw terror, mixed with a pleading desperation. "Make them stop," she whispered. "Please make them stop talking to me." I knelt beside her, close but not touching. "Who's talking to you, Ivy?" "The trees," she replied, her voice childlike in its simplicity. "They say terrible things, things that can't be true." "What kind of things?" I asked, trying to understand what she was experiencing. Her eyes widened. "They say you're not real, that none of this is real, that I've been asleep for years and this is all just a dream I'm having while my real body rots somewhere dark." Fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. "They say I'll never wake up because I'm already dead." A cold weight settled in my stomach. Whatever was happening to Ivy went beyond a simple allergic reaction or exhaustion. Something fundamental had broken in her perception of reality, and I had no idea how to fix it. "The trees are lying," I said firmly. "This is real. I'm real. You're alive, and we're going to get out of these woods together." She stared at me, desperate hope flickering in her expression. "Promise?" "I promise," I said, extending my hand. "But we need to start heading back now. Will you come with me?" She hesitated, then slowly reached out. Her fingers were ice cold when they touched mine. I helped her to her feet, noticing how she swayed slightly, as though maintaining balance required conscious effort. "Which way?" she asked in a small voice. I looked around, realizing with a sinking feeling that I'd lost all sense of direction during the chase. The monotonous landscape of identical massive trees offered no clues, and the thick canopy obscured the sky, preventing me from using the sun as a reference point. "Let me check something," I said, pulling out my phone. As expected in the remote forest, there was no signal, but the compass app should still work. The screen remained dark when I pressed the power button. Dead battery? Impossible. It had been at 83% when I last checked it less than an hour ago. Fighting down rising panic, I tried to think logically. We had been heading roughly east on the trail before Ivy's breakdown. If we now headed west, we should eventually intersect the trail again, or at least reach the river, which we could then follow back toward the parking area. "This way," I said with more confidence than I felt, pointing in what I hoped was westward. "Stay close to me, okay?" Ivy nodded, her hand tightening around mine. We began walking, picking our way carefully through the trackless forest. The light continued to fade rapidly, the spaces between trees growing darker, until they resembled black portals into nothingness. Time became difficult to track as we walked. My watch had stopped at 5:17, the second hand frozen in place. I estimated we had perhaps an hour of usable light left, though it was difficult to be certain given how unnaturally the darkness seemed to be gathering. Ivy remained largely silent as we walked, occasionally whimpering or jerking her head as though responding to sounds I couldn't hear. Her hand in mine was my only reassurance that she was still with me, still functioning on some basic level. After what felt like hours of walking but was likely only 40 minutes, the forest began to thin slightly. The massive trees became less frequent, interspersed with younger growth. Hope sparked. Were we approaching the edge of this ancient section? Then I spotted something that made me stop abruptly, a flash of color among the monotonous browns and greens. Drawing closer, I recognized one of the blue trailblazes painted on a tree trunk. "Look," I said to Ivy, pointing. We found the trail again. She stared at the mark without comprehension, then at me. "What does it mean?" "It means we can follow these markers back to the car," I explained patiently. "We're going to be okay." A strange expression crossed her face, something between relief and disappointment. "They said we'd never find the way out, that we'd walk in circles until we collapsed." "They were wrong," I said firmly, tugging her toward the marked path. "Come on." The trail was barely visible in the fading light, but the blue blazes provided enough guidance to keep us on track. We moved as quickly as Ivy's unsteady gait would allow, following the markers in what I hoped was the direction back toward the parking area. The forest sounds had begun to return, intermittent rustling in the undergrowth, the occasional call of a bird preparing to roost for the night. Each noise made Ivy flinch, but she continued forward, her grip on my hand almost painful in its intensity. "They're still watching," she murmured after a particularly loud crack from somewhere in the darkness to our right. "They're angry we're trying to leave." I chose not to engage with her delusions, focusing instead on maintaining our pace and watching for trail markers. The path had begun to ascend gradually, a good sign as it meant we were likely moving away from the river valley and back toward higher ground. Darkness had nearly completed its conquest of the forest when we reached a fork in the trail. One path continued upward, while the other descended again toward what I assumed was the river. Neither direction showed clear signs of being the main trail versus a side path. I stopped, considering our options. Continuing uphill seemed logical if we wanted to reach the parking area, which had been on a ridge. But without a functioning phone or watch, and with no map landmarks visible in the growing darkness, certainty was impossible. "Which way?" Ivy asked, her voice stronger than it had been since her episode began. I studied her face in the dim light. Some clarity had returned to her eyes, though she still seemed disoriented. "You feeling any better?" I asked cautiously. She frowned, seeming to consider the question seriously. "My head still hurts, and I keep hearing things, but they're quieter now." She looked around. "Where are we? How did we get off the trail?" The fact that she recognized we had deviated from our original route was encouraging. "You had some kind of episode," I explained gently. "You ran off the trail and I followed you. We're trying to find our way back to the car now." Her frown deepened. "Episode? What do you mean?" "You started acting strange, saying you saw things, heard things. You ran away from me, screaming about something attacking you." I hesitated. "Do you not remember any of that?" Ivy's free hand rose to her mouth in horror. "No. I remember starting to feel strange after lunch. Everything got wavy. Colors were wrong, and there were whispers." She trailed off, shaking her head. "But I don't remember running or screaming." Relief flooded through me. This was the most rational Ivy had sounded in hours. "I think you might have had a reaction to something in these woods. Maybe a plant you touched or some spores you breathed in. But you seem to be coming back to yourself now." She nodded slowly. "I still feel off, but clearer, I think." She glanced at the fork in the trail. "We should go up." The parking lot was on high ground. "That's what I was thinking," I agreed, heartened by her return to logical thinking. We took the upward path, moving more confidently now that Ivy seemed more stable. The trail was becoming increasingly difficult to see in the darkness, but the blue blazes, when we could spot them, confirmed we remained en route. As we climbed higher, the air grew noticeably fresher, the oppressive quality that had characterized the forest near the river dissipating with each foot of elevation we gained. My own headache, which had become such a constant companion that I'd almost stopped registering it, began to recede. "I'm sorry," Ivy said suddenly, as we paused to rest on a fallen log, "for whatever happened back there, for whatever I said or did." "You don't need to apologize," I assured her. "You weren't yourself. Something affected you, affected both of us, I think, though you got hit harder." She nodded, staring at her hands. "I remember fragments now. Feelings more than specific events, terror, absolute certainty that something was hunting us, watching us." She shuddered. "It felt so real." "Hallucinations often do," I said. "When I was a kid, I had a high fever once, 106 degrees. I was absolutely convinced that the ceiling was melting and dripping onto me. My mother couldn't convince me otherwise until the fever broke." Ivy managed a weak smile. "This was like that, but worse. Because part of me knew something was wrong with my perception, but I couldn't stop believing what I was seeing and hearing." A thought occurred to me. "What's the last thing you clearly remember, before things got strange?" She considered for a moment. "We were by the river having lunch. You asked if I heard something. Whispers, you said. I didn't hear anything then." Her eyes widened. "You were affected first." The realization hit me with unexpected force. She was right. My sense of wrongness had preceded hers by at least an hour. The whispers from the river, the paranoia, the sensation of being watched. All had started with me, not Ivy. You're right, I admitted. But you had a much stronger reaction eventually. Maybe I'm more sensitive to whatever it was, she suggested, or maybe my exposure was greater somehow. We fell silent, both contemplating the implications. Something in that forest had affected our minds, something natural and explicable, I insisted to myself, despite the lingering echo of supernatural dread that the experience had instilled. After a few more minutes of rest, we continued our ascent. The trail grew steeper, requiring more exertion to navigate. The physical effort seemed to further ground Ivy in reality, the concentration required to place her feet securely on the uneven ground, leaving less room for lingering hallucinations. About half an hour later, we emerged from the densest part of the forest onto a ridge dotted with smaller trees. The sky opened up above us, revealing a canopy of stars and a quarter moon that provided enough light to see by. The sight of open sky after hours in the claustrophobic forest was indescribably comforting. I think I recognize this, Ivy said, pointing ahead to where the ridge curved. There was a lookout point near the beginning of our hike, a cleared area with a view of the valley. I strained to recall the early part of our journey, which now seemed days rather than hours ago. You're right. If we can find that lookout, we should be able to orient ourselves back to the parking area. With renewed purpose, we followed the ridgeline. Within 10 minutes, we located the lookout, a natural clearing at the edge of a cliff, offering spectacular views of the darkened valley below. In the far distance, the lights of a small town twinkled, civilization a comforting reminder that the entire world had not been consumed by this forest. From the lookout, a wider, more established trail led back in the direction of the parking area. Relief washed over me as we stepped onto it. This was clearly the main path, well-maintained and marked with frequent blazes. We're going to make it, I said, squeezing Ivy's hand. She nodded, a genuine smile forming. Thank God. I never want to go through something like that again. As we walked the final stretch toward the parking area, Ivy's condition continued to improve. Her movements became more coordinated, her conversation more coherent. By the time the gravel lot came into view, with my solitary car still parked where we had left it that morning, she seemed almost back to normal, exhausted and subdued, but essentially herself. The drive home began in exhausted silence. I had decided against camping. Neither of us wanted to spend another minute in those woods, and though Ivy seemed significantly improved, I wasn't confident the improvement would last. About 20 minutes into the journey, as we merged onto the highway that would take us back to the city, Ivy finally spoke. I think I know what happened to us back there, she said quietly, staring out the passenger window at the darkness beyond. I glanced at her, then back at the road. What's your theory? Remember that article we read last month? About that research team studying mushroom networks in old-growth forests? She turned to face me. They discovered that some fungal species release spores containing compounds similar to psilocybin, but more complex, with effects that can last hours and vary widely between individuals. The article had been fascinating, part of our Sunday morning routine of sharing interesting scientific findings over coffee. You think we inhaled hallucinogenic fungal spores? She nodded. It explains everything, the progression of symptoms, the way they affected us differently, how they intensified in certain areas of the forest and diminished as we gained elevation and distance. Her explanation was rational, scientific, and completely plausible. It offered the comfort of the known, a framework for understanding the terrifying experience we had endured. Yet something in me resisted it, not because I believed something supernatural had occurred, but because the explanation seemed too neat, too convenient. Maybe, I conceded, but why haven't we heard of other hikers experiencing similar effects in those woods? That trail is well established. Hundreds of people must walk it every year. Ivy considered this. Perhaps the conditions have to be just right: humidity, temperature, the life cycle of the fungi. Or maybe it only affects certain people with particular sensitivities. She paused. Or maybe it does happen to others, but they're too embarrassed or confused to report it. Who wants to admit they completely lost touch with reality while hiking? Her arguments were logical. I found myself wanting to accept them, to file away our experience under unusual but explainable natural phenomena, and move on. But the memory of those whispers from the river, of the way the forest had seemed to deliberately lead us astray, lingered uncomfortably. You mentioned remembering fragments, I said. What exactly do you remember saying or doing during your episode? Ivy was quiet for so long I thought she might not answer. When she did, her voice was barely audible over the car's engine. I remember being absolutely certain that the forest was alive, not in the normal way, but consciously, malevolently alive. That the trees were communicating with each other about us, planning something. She swallowed audibly. And I remember thinking you weren't really you anymore, that something had replaced you when I wasn't looking. The description sent a chill through me despite the car's heater running at full blast. It aligned too perfectly with the behavior I had witnessed. Her suspicion, her terror when looking at me, her conviction that something was hunting us. Classic paranoid hallucination, I said, trying to sound casual. Common with certain psychedelics. Right, she agreed quickly. Textbook, really. We both seemed eager to rationalize, to normalize what had happened. Perhaps that was the healthiest approach, to acknowledge the experience while framing it within understandable parameters. We should probably get checked out when we get back, I suggested. Just to be safe, some toxins can have delayed effects. Ivy nodded. Urgent care should still be open when we get to the city. The remainder of the drive passed in easier conversation, as though having established a rational explanation had freed us to distance ourselves from the experience. We discussed work, upcoming plans, mundane topics that helped anchor us back in our normal reality. By the time we reached the outskirts of the city, Ivy had fallen asleep, her head resting against the passenger window. In sleep, her face had relaxed completely, the lingering tension from our ordeal finally releasing its hold. I stole glances at her as I drove, reassuring myself that she was truly recovering. Each mile that separated us from Ravenwood Forest seemed to restore another small piece of normalcy. Yet, as the city lights grew brighter around us, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had brought something back with us. Not a physical entity, but an awareness. A knowledge that the world contained experiences that defied simple explanation. That the boundary between the known and the incomprehensible was far more permeable than we preferred to believe. The urgent care doctor found nothing physically wrong with either of us. Our vital signs were normal, pupil responses appropriate, no evidence of lasting toxic effects. When we described our symptoms, carefully edited to sound less alarming, she suggested mild heat exhaustion combined with dehydration, perhaps exacerbated by contact with an irritant plant, like poison oak. The mind can play tricks when the body is stressed, she explained, prescribing nothing stronger than rest, fluids, and over-the-counter pain relievers for our lingering headaches, especially in unfamiliar environments where the usual reference points are absent. We accepted her diagnosis gratefully, clinging to its comforting mundanity. On the drive home from the clinic, we stopped for takeout, neither of us having the energy to cook, and ate in near silence in our apartment, the familiar surroundings gradually working to dispel the lingering unease. That night, we slept with all the lights on, neither of us willing to acknowledge why. The following days brought a gradual return to routine. We went to work, interacted with colleagues, watched our favorite shows, all the normal activities that constituted our lives before Ravenwood. Yet something had shifted between us, an unspoken understanding that we had shared an experience that had fundamentally altered our perception of reality. Ivy researched fungi extensively in her spare time, building an impressive case file for her theory. She found scientific papers documenting the psychoactive properties of certain rare mushroom species found primarily in old-growth forests of our region. Some of these compounds had been shown to cause precisely the symptoms we had experienced: auditory and visual hallucinations, paranoia, time distortion, and in some cases, temporary personality changes. I supported her research, even as I privately harbored doubts, not because I believed something supernatural had occurred, but because the experience had felt too intentional, as though the forest had been testing us, probing for weaknesses, seeking something I couldn't articulate. A week after our hike, I woke in the middle of the night to find Ivy's side of the bed empty. I found her in the living room, staring out the window at the city lights, arms wrapped tightly around herself. "Can't sleep?" I asked, joining her by the window. She didn't look at me. "I keep dreaming about it. Not just remembering what happened, but continuing it. Like there's more to the story that we didn't experience while we were there." I waited, sensing she had more to say. "In the dreams, we never left the forest," she continued, her voice dropping to a whisper. "We just think we did. We think we're home, safe. But it's all an illusion created by whatever's there, to keep us complacent while it finishes what it started." The statement resonated uncomfortably with thoughts I'd been carefully avoiding. "That's just your brain processing the experience," I said, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Trauma can do that, create worst-case scenarios that play out in dreams." She nodded, but didn't seem convinced. "Maybe. But what if—" "It's not," I interrupted more firmly than I intended. "We're home. This is real." "How can you be so sure?" she challenged, turning to face me. "If the hallucinations could make us believe what we experienced in the forest was real, how can we trust that this isn't just another layer of the same delusion?" The question struck at the heart of what had been troubling me as well. How could we ever be certain of the boundaries between reality and perception? If our minds could be so thoroughly compromised by something as simple as fungal spores, what did that say about the reliability of consciousness itself? "Because this feels right," I said finally. The forest felt wrong, like wearing someone else's clothes. "This feels like us." She seemed to consider this, then nodded slowly. "I suppose that's all we can really go on, isn't it? What feels true?" We returned to bed, holding each other more tightly than usual. Sleep eventually came, but brought with it dreams of towering trees and whispered voices just beyond comprehension. In the weeks that followed, we gradually spoke of Ravenwood less frequently. The experience receded in our daily consciousness, relegated to an unusual anecdote rather than an active concern. Yet, neither of us suggested hiking again, even as summer transitioned to fall and the forests beckoned with their changing colors. 2 months after our experience, I found myself researching the history of Ravenwood State Forest during a slow afternoon at work. Most of what I found was predictably mundane. Established as a protected area in the 1950s, home to several endangered species, popular with hikers and nature photographers. Then I discovered an archived newspaper article from 1978, describing the disappearance of 2 university students who had gone hiking in the deepest section of Ravenwood. They had been missing for 3 days when one of them stumbled out of the woods, disoriented and suffering from dehydration. He described becoming separated from his companion after both experienced what he called a shared hallucination that made them flee from perceived threats. Despite extensive searches, the second student was never found. The article quoted a local botanist who suggested that certain rare fungi in the old-growth section of the forest might produce spores with hallucinogenic properties. The theory was dismissed by authorities as speculative, but no other explanation was ever established for what the survivors described experiencing. I closed the browser window without mentioning my discovery to Ivy. There seemed no point in reopening wounds that were finally beginning to heal. But that night, I dreamed of the circular clearing with its carpet of moss, and of something vast and patient waiting beneath the forest floor, sending its chemical messengers into the air like invisible tendrils, reaching for minds to explore. We never returned to Ravenwood. A year later, we moved to a different state for new job opportunities, putting physical distance between ourselves and those woods. Our relationship survived, though something subtle had changed, a shared awareness that the world contained depths we had only briefly glimpsed, realities that existed alongside our own, but remained largely inaccessible to ordinary perception. Sometimes, on nights when sleep proves elusive, I find myself wondering about that forest. Is it still there, waiting for unwary hikers to wander into its heart? Does it remember us, the two who escaped its influence? And most troubling of all, did we truly escape, or did it simply allow us to believe we had? I've researched extensively since then, learning about various plants that can cause hallucinations, fever, even temporary psychosis. Science offers rational explanations for everything we experienced. Yet, rationality feels somehow insufficient in the face of memory. The whispers from the river, the watching presence among the trees, the sense of a vast intelligence stirring beneath the surface of perception. In the end, I've settled for uncertainty, an acceptance that some experiences defy complete understanding. The forest taught us that the line between the known and the unknown is far more permeable than we prefer to believe, and that perhaps the greatest wisdom lies in acknowledging the limits of our comprehension. We still hike occasionally, in carefully selected parks with well-traveled trails and open vistas. But we stay away from old-growth forests, from places where ancient trees cluster too closely together, from shadows that seem deeper than they should be, and we never, ever venture far from the marked path. The decision to escape into wilderness rarely comes from contentment. It was October 2017 when the concrete and chaos of Seattle finally broke something in me. After 12 years at Hartwick Publishing, I'd been restructured out of my senior editor position. My marriage had dissolved 2 years prior, and the apartment walls seemed to close in a little more each day. So when I found myself browsing used RVs online at 3 a.m., it felt less like impulse and more like survival. 3 weeks later, I was behind the wheel of a 2005 Winnebago Mini, headed northeast toward Glacier National Park in Montana. The vehicle, which I'd named Ernest after Hemingway's Pursuit of Solitude, had seen better days, but it ran well enough. The previous owner, a retired park ranger with arthritic hands and honest eyes, had maintained it meticulously. Glacier in autumn, he'd said while signing over the title. Smart man? Tourists gone, bears getting sluggish before hibernation? Just watch the weather. Mountains don't forgive poor planning. I had nodded sagely, as though I weren't a 42-year-old publishing professional whose outdoor experience consisted mainly of reading Jack London in comfortable chairs. The truth was, I'd chosen Glacier because a travel magazine in our waiting room had featured it. The photographs of pristine lakes and towering pines, promising the kind of isolation that might let me hear myself think again. The drive took 3 days, with stops at roadside motels, where I practiced using Ernest's facilities without the embarrassment of an audience. By the time I reached the western entrance of the park, something in my chest had already loosened. The October air had teeth, but the kind that woke you rather than wounded. "Just you?" asked the ranger at the entrance station, a woman with silver-threaded hair and sun-weathered skin. "Just me," I confirmed, handing over my credit card for the entrance fee. She studied me for a moment. "Most of the campgrounds are closed for the season. Apgar's open, but it'll be pretty empty. You looking for solitude or safety?" "Both, if possible." She smiled then, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Stay on marked trails, carry bear spray, and check in with rangers when you can. Some areas up north have had issues recently." "Issues?" "Probably nothing. Some vandalism, a few hikers reporting equipment missing." She handed back my card. "Just keep your wits about you. Cell service is spotty at best." I thanked her and drove into the park, Ernest's engine straining slightly on the inclines. The asphalt road curved around mountains and valleys that seemed to exist in defiance of human intrusion. Lake McDonald appeared around a bend, its surface mirroring the surrounding pines with such perfection it was difficult to see where reality ended and reflection began. I bypassed the nearly empty Apgar campground, remembering a spot the previous Winnebago owner had marked on my map. A dispersed camping area near the northern edge of Lake McDonald. "Legal but overlooked," he'd said. "Most folks don't know about it." The service road leading there was rutted and narrow, making Ernest creak in protest as we bounced along. When the trees finally opened to reveal a small clearing about 50 yards from the lakeshore, I felt a surge of triumph. The spot was perfect, a flat area large enough for the RV with a crude fire pit ringed by stones, and a view of the lake through a natural frame of pines. I spent the afternoon setting up camp, arranging my portable chair to face the water and gathering deadfall for a fire. The silence was so complete I could hear the lap of water against the distant shore. No car horns, no neighbors arguing through thin walls, no phones ringing with bad news from HR. Just the occasional whisper of wind through pine needles and the startled cry of a bird. As the sun began to set, casting the mountains in shades of amber and rose, I lit the fire and poured myself 2 fingers of bourbon. For the first time in months, my shoulders relaxed away from my ears. The peace lasted exactly 18 minutes. The growl of an engine shattered the silence, growing louder until a battered Ford pickup emerged from the service road. It slowed as it approached my campsite, its tires crunching on pine needles and gravel. The driver, visible through a windshield smudged with dust and insect remains, was a man with a beard so wild and unkempt it seemed to be consuming his face. Beneath a filthy trucker cap, his eyes fixed on me with an intensity that locked my limbs in place. The truck stopped. For what felt like minutes, but was likely seconds, we stared at each other across 30 feet of forest floor. I raised my hand in what I hoped was a friendly but not overly familiar wave. The gesture seemed to trigger something in him. He leaned his head out the window, spat a stream of brown liquid onto the ground, and then fixed me with a look so nakedly hostile that I felt it like a physical blow. "You're on private property," he called, his voice a gravel-filled rasp. I stood, trying to project confidence. "Actually, I checked with the Park Service. This is a dispersed camping area, part of Glacier National Park." Something dark shifted across his features. "Map's wrong. Always been wrong." His eyes flicked to Ernest, then to my camp chair, the fire, and the bourbon. This land was never theirs to give. Before I could respond, he put the truck in gear and continued down the service road, his taillights vanishing around a bend. I sat back down, my hands trembling slightly as I raised the bourbon to my lips. The encounter had lasted less than a minute, but it had punched a hole in my carefully constructed bubble of solitude. I considered packing up and moving to the official campground, but something stubborn in me resisted. This was public land. I had as much right to be here as anyone. As darkness settled fully over the lake, I built up the fire and tried to recapture the peace I'd felt earlier. The flames cast dancing shadows against the trees, creating a small circle of light that seemed increasingly fragile against the pressing dark of the forest. I was about to turn in when I heard it, a crack of branches from somewhere in the tree line behind my campsite. I stood, flashlight in hand, and swept the beam across the wall of pines. "Hello?" My voice sounded thin against the vastness. "Anyone there?" No response came, but as I stood listening, the hairs on my arms prickled upward. The feeling of being watched was so tangible I could almost touch it. I played the flashlight across the trees again, the beam catching momentarily on something that might have been eyes reflecting the light, before whatever it was ducked away. "Probably just a deer," I muttered. But I didn't believe it. Deer don't watch you with purpose. That night, in Ernest's narrow bed, I dreamed of bearded men who emerged from trees as though they were made of bark and sap themselves, their eyes hollow and hungry. I woke repeatedly, certain I'd heard footsteps circling the RV, but when I peered through the blinds, I saw only moonlight casting blue shadows across empty ground. Dawn arrived with merciful brightness, banishing the night's imaginings. Over breakfast, instant coffee, and a granola bar, I planned a day hike to clear my head. According to my map, a trail began just a quarter-mile up the service road, leading to several pristine alpine lakes. As I laced up my barely used hiking boots, I glanced toward the spot where the truck had stopped yesterday. In the morning light, I could now see something I'd missed: tire tracks. Not just from yesterday, but many sets overlapping, suggesting the bearded man had driven through here regularly. Why would anyone repeatedly drive down a service road that led only to an unused camping spot and the lake shore? I shouldered my day pack, locked Ernest, and set off up the road, firmly pushing the question away. I was here for peace, not mysteries. But as I hiked deeper into the forest, away from the relative safety of my campsite, I couldn't shake the feeling that the trees themselves were keeping watch, reporting my movements to someone, or something, that considered my presence an intrusion. Whatever solitude had promised, it was beginning to feel like a threat. The trail began innocuously enough, a subtle parting of undergrowth marked by a weather-beaten wooden sign declaring Clearwater Basin, 3.8 miles. The path was overgrown in places, suggesting it saw little traffic this late in the season. Pine needles cushioned my steps as I moved deeper into the forest, the morning sunlight filtering through the canopy in dusty, slanting beams. I'd been hiking for perhaps an hour, sweat dampening my shirt despite the cool air, when I noticed the silence. Not the peaceful absence of urban noise I'd sought, but something oppressive. The birds had stopped singing. The constant rustle of small creatures in the underbrush had ceased. Even the wind seemed to have died, leaving the trees unnaturally still. I paused, water bottle halfway to my lips, straining to hear anything beyond my own breathing. Nothing. Just the dull thud of my pulse in my ears. "Hello?" I called, immediately regretting it. My voice sounded wrong, too loud, too human in the watching forest. Taking a deep breath, I continued up the trail, now moving more cautiously. The silence persisted for another quarter mile before abruptly shattering. A raven's harsh cry directly overhead sent my heart leaping into my throat. It took flight from a branch, dark wings catching the light as it circled once, and flew ahead along the trail, as if beckoning. I rounded a bend and stopped so abruptly I nearly lost my balance. Ahead, in a small clearing just off the trail, was a campsite, or rather, what remained of one. A dome tent lay collapsed, the fabric shredded as though clawed by something with immense strength. The tier patterns were long and parallel, not the work of a knife or any tool I could imagine. Around the tent, the ground was churned up, the dirt and pine needles disturbed in a way that suggested violent struggle. Personal belongings were scattered in a 15-foot radius. A camp stove bent at an impossible angle, clothing shredded like the tent, a hiking boot lying on its side with the laces still tied. But it was the stains that froze the breath in my lungs. Dark, rust-colored splashes and smears on the tent fabric. More disturbing were the drag marks leading from the center of the site into the dense undergrowth beyond. Long, continuous smears in the dirt, accompanied by more of the dark stains. I pulled out my phone reflexively, but as the ranger had warned, there was no signal. My finger hovered over the emergency call button anyway. Sometimes those would go through, even without service. But I hesitated. This was clearly a crime scene. Someone, or several someones, had met with violence here. The rational course of action was to return to the ranger station and report what I'd found. But something compelled me to look closer, to try to understand what had happened before I left. Stepping carefully to avoid disturbing potential evidence, I moved toward the tent. The destruction was even more shocking up close. Whatever had torn through the fabric had done so with enough force to snap one of the fiberglass tent poles. I peered through the largest rent in the material and saw a sleeping bag also torn, and beside it, a small journal with a leather cover. I reached in and carefully extracted the journal, feeling a twinge of guilt at disturbing the scene, but reasoning that it might contain information about the tent's occupant. The first page had a name and emergency contact, Elise Warner. In case of emergency contact, David Warner, brother, 406-555-0178. The most recent entry was dated 3 days ago. Day 4 at Clearwater. Still no sign of Eric or his campsite. Rangers say they have no record of him checking in, but the text he sent me had coordinates to meet up. I'm giving it one more day before heading back to report him missing proper. Last night the noises were back, closer this time. Not animal sounds, but not quite human either, like someone trying to mimic speech underwater. The ranger said there are no bears in this specific area right now, but something is definitely out there, setting up my camera trap tonight. I flipped through the rest of the journal, but there were no more entries. I pocketed it, promising myself I'd turn it over to authorities. Eric Sullivan, the name from the backpack I hadn't yet found, was mentioned here. This was clearly connected to something larger than one ransacked campsite. As I straightened, something caught my eye near where the drag marks began. A small digital camera, its lens cracked, but the body intact. I picked it up, turned it on, and was surprised to see it still had power. The most recent images were from night mode, triggered by motion. The first showed nothing but darkened trees. The second, time-stamped 2:17 a.m., made my blood run cold. The image quality was poor, but it clearly showed a figure at the edge of the campsite, tall, unnaturally so, with proportions that seemed wrong. Limbs too long, torso too narrow. It was partially hidden behind a tree, but what was visible didn't look fully human. The face was obscured by what might have been a beard, but in the infrared lighting, it appeared more like tendrils or roots growing from the jaw. Most disturbing were the eyes, which reflected the camera's flash as two perfect white circles, devoid of pupils or irises. The third and final image was blurred, as if the camera had been knocked over while firing. All it showed was a smear of movement and what might have been a hand or claw reaching toward the lens. I nearly dropped the camera, a wave of cold fear washing over me. Whatever was in that image wasn't a man in a costume or a bear on its hind legs. It was something else entirely, something that didn't belong in any rational understanding of the world. I backed away from the campsite, my earlier academic interest replaced by primal fear. As I turned to hurry back down the trail, something caught my boot, a strap protruding from beneath a fallen branch. I nearly left it, but curiosity overrode fear for a moment. I lifted the branch to reveal a backpack, partially covered in dirt and pine needles, as if someone had made a hasty attempt to conceal it. The pack was high-end, the kind serious hikers invested in. I unzipped the main compartment with shaking hands. Inside were clothes, a water filter, energy bars, and a wallet. The driver's license inside belonged to Eric Sullivan, a 28-year-old from Spokane. The photo showed a bearded young man with friendly eyes and a wide smile. There was also a folded map with coordinates marked in red pen, presumably the ones mentioned in Elise's journal. Something else was in the backpack, a small leather-bound book similar to Elise's journal. Eric's entries detailed his arrival at Glacier 10 days ago and his plan to meet up with his friend Elise to explore some off-trail features he'd read about online. The final entry sent ice through my veins. I'm being followed, not by rangers or other hikers. Something else. It moves at night mostly, but today I saw it watching me from the trees during daylight. Looks like a man from a distance, but up close, not quite right. Too tall. Moves wrong. Face isn't a face. Ranger McAllister said I was imagining things, that there's nothing in these woods except wildlife and the occasional hiker. But then he asked why I was in this specific area. Got real intense about it. Said this section was prone to landslides, should be avoided. But my maps don't show any danger. Tonight I'm moving camp closer to the meeting point. Elise should be there in 2-3 days. Safety in numbers. McAllister. The name triggered a connection. Harold McAllister. Could that be the bearded man in the truck? The hostile local who claimed the parkland was private property? A rustling sound from the underbrush snapped me back to the present. I spun toward the noise, heart hammering. "Hello?" I called, my voice cracking slightly. "Park ranger?" The rustling stopped immediately. Then came a sound that turned my limbs to water, a low, gurgling vocalization, like someone trying to speak with a throat full of liquid. It rose in pitch, becoming almost questioning, mimicking my intonation with uncanny precision. "Park ranger!" I didn't wait to see what emerged. Clutching Eric's backpack and the camera, I ran. The trail seemed longer on the return journey, each bend revealing only more forest, more places for something to hide and watch. Branches whipped my face as I stumbled downhill, my lungs burning, the weight of what I'd discovered heavier than the physical items I carried. Multiple times I thought I heard something moving parallel to me through the trees, keeping pace effortlessly. Once, through a gap in the pines, I caught a glimpse of something tall and wrong-shaped, moving with a smooth gliding motion no human could replicate. When Ernest finally came into view through the trees, I nearly wept with relief. I fumbled with the keys, dropped them, snatched them up again, and finally managed to unlock the door. Once inside, I locked it behind me, drew all the blinds, and collapsed onto the small sofa, gasping for breath. For several minutes, I just sat there, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. The ransacked campsite could be explained by a bear attack. The weird figure in the photo could be a camera malfunction or trick of light. But the journals, the disappearances, the hostile local named McAllister, the mimicking voice in the woods, together they painted a picture too disturbing to rationalize away. I needed to leave. Now. Report everything to the authorities from a safe distance. I moved to the driver's seat and turned the key. Ernest's engine coughed to life, a comforting mechanical sound in the wilderness silence. As I prepared to put him in reverse, movement caught my eye. Standing at the edge of the clearing was the bearded man from the truck. Harold McAllister, I presumed. He wasn't moving toward me, just watching, his stance unnervingly still. And behind him, half hidden among the trees, stood something else, something taller, its proportions subtly wrong, its face obscured by shadow except for two pale eyes reflecting the afternoon light. I slammed Ernest into reverse and hit the gas. Ernest's tires spun in the soft earth before finding purchase. I backed onto the service road with more haste than skill, narrowly missing a tree. In the side mirror, I caught a final glimpse of Harold still standing motionless at the edge of the clearing, the taller figure no longer visible behind him. My hands shook on the steering wheel as I navigated the rutted road. The rational part of my mind, the part that had edited thousands of manuscripts, that paid taxes and remembered dental appointments, was trying desperately to impose order on what I'd witnessed. Bears explained the ransacked campsite. A hostile local with possible mental health issues explained Harold. Camera malfunctions explained the strange images. Stress and suggestion explained the voice in the woods. But the greater part of me, the primitive brain that recognizes danger before consciousness can name it, knew better. Something was deeply wrong in this corner of Glacier National Park, something beyond the usual risks of wilderness. I reached the main park road and turned toward the west entrance where I'd seen the ranger station. Ernest groaned as I pushed him faster than his aged chassis preferred. The dashboard clock read 3:17 p.m. If I drove straight through, I could reach the ranger station before they closed at 5 o'clock. 10 minutes into the drive, Ernest's engine made a sound no engine should ever make, a high-pitched whine followed by a series of metallic pops. The temperature gauge, which I'd neglected to check in my panic, was deep in the red. Steam billowed from under the hood, and the steering suddenly went heavy in my hands. "No, no, no," I muttered, guiding the dying vehicle to the shoulder. When the engine finally gave out completely, I was still miles from the ranger station, on a stretch of road with no other vehicles in sight. Pine trees pressed close on both sides, their shadows already lengthening as afternoon began its slide toward evening. I tried my phone again, still no service. I had passed an emergency call box a few miles back, but the prospect of walking there, with the forest watching, sent ice through my veins. Gathering my courage, I stepped outside to check under Ernest's hood. A plume of steam greeted me, along with the acrid smell of burnt coolant. The radiator had a visible crack, leaking fluorescent green liquid onto the asphalt. "Perfect," I said to no one. "Just perfect." I gathered essential supplies into my day pack: water, protein bars, the journals, the camera, my pocket knife, and a small can of bear spray I'd bought as an afterthought. For a moment, I considered waiting for another vehicle to pass, but the rapidly dimming light changed my mind. Better to start walking now and flag someone down if they appeared. The walk back toward the ranger station was an exercise in controlled terror. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the underbrush sent my heart rate spiking. Twice I thought I heard the rumble of an approaching vehicle, only to turn and see empty roads stretching behind me. After about a mile, the call box came into view, a small metal box on a post with the reassuring Park Service logo. I jogged the last 100 yards, already rehearsing what I'd say to the dispatcher. The call box had been vandalized. The receiver was torn completely from its cord, the metal casing dented as if struck repeatedly with something heavy. Most disturbing was what had been scratched into the metal. Not their land. I backed away, my last hope of easy rescue evaporating. The setting sun cast long shadows across the road, and for the first time, I had to confront the possibility of being in these woods after dark. A new sound reached me then, the distant but unmistakable growl of an engine. I turned toward it, ready to flag down whatever vehicle appeared, hiker etiquette be damned. Around the bend came the battered Ford pickup. I dove into the trees before conscious thought could form, instinct driving me away from the road and into the concealing underbrush. The truck slowed as it approached the disabled Winnebago, then stopped. Through gaps in the foliage, I watched Harold exit the vehicle and walk around Ernest with the methodical precision of someone looking for tracks. He paused at the call box, running his fingers over the scratched message as if confirming it was still there. Then, most chillingly, he turned toward the exact spot where I'd entered the forest and stood perfectly still, head slightly cocked, like a predator sensing prey. "I know you're watching," he called, his voice carrying easily through the quiet woods. "You think you're the first to come looking? To stick your nose where it doesn't belong?" He walked to the tree line, stopping just feet from where I crouched behind a fallen log. This was McAllister land for 6 generations before the government stole it. My grandfather fought them in court. My father fought them with petitions and protests. I tried fighting them with reason. A bitter laugh escaped him. None of it worked, so I found another way. He turned back toward his truck, and for a moment I thought he might leave. Instead, he reached into the bed and withdrew something that made my blood freeze, a hunting rifle, which he cradled with casual familiarity. The others were accidents mostly, got too close to things they shouldn't have seen, but you... He chambered around with practiced ease. "You took evidence. The journals, the camera. Can't have that getting out." I pressed myself flatter against the forest floor, hardly daring to breathe. Harold stood at the edge of the trees, rifle ready, scanning the underbrush. The light was fading rapidly now, the forest dissolving into a collage of deepening shadows. "You've got 2 choices," he called. "Come out now. Hand over what you took, and I'll drive you to the park boundary, or stay hidden and deal with what comes after dark. Trust me, you'd prefer the first option." The implied threat was clear, but something in his tone caught my attention. Not just menace, but genuine fear when he mentioned what comes after dark. The image from Elise's camera flashed in my mind, the too tall figure with the wrong proportions and reflective eyes. I remained motionless, barely breathing, as Harold waited for a response that wouldn't come. After what felt like an eternity, he sighed. "Your funeral," he muttered, just loud enough for me to hear. Then louder, "They're all yours, like we agreed." He returned to his truck, placed the rifle inside, and drove away, leaving me alone in the rapidly darkening forest. For several minutes after his departure, I remained frozen in place, uncertain whether this was a trick to flush me out. When no further sounds came, I cautiously raised my head above the log. The road was empty, Ernest's white bulk clearly visible in the fading light. My options were limited: return to the RV and hope someone else drove by, or continue through the forest toward where I believed the ranger station to be. The decision was made for me when I heard it. That same wet, gurgling vocalization from the woods earlier, but now behind me, deeper in the forest. Then another answered from my right, and a third from somewhere ahead. They were surrounding me. I broke cover and ran for Ernest, no longer caring about stealth. The gurgling calls increased in volume and frequency, moving through the trees with impossible speed. I burst onto the road and sprinted for the RV, fumbling with the keys as I ran. I reached the door just as something emerged from the trees on the far side of the road, a tall, elongated silhouette that moved with fluid grace despite its awkward proportions. In the dimming light, I couldn't make out details, only an impression of wrongness that sent primal terror coursing through me. The key slid home. I wrenched the door open, threw myself inside, and slammed it shut behind me, locking it with trembling fingers. Through the windshield, I could see more shapes emerging from the forest. 3, then 5, then too many to count. All with that same wrong silhouette, all moving with that same unnatural smoothness. They didn't approach Ernest directly, but circled at a distance, occasionally emitting those horrible wet sounds. As darkness fell completely, I could see their eyes, reflective white circles that caught what little ambient light remained. Like animals' eyes in headlights, but much larger, much more aware. I huddled in the driver's seat, gripping the bear spray like a talisman, watching as they continued their circular pattern around the RV. Hours passed this way, me inside, them outside, neither advancing nor retreating. Occasionally one would approach close enough that I could hear a sound like branches scraping against bark, though none actually touched the vehicle. Around midnight, exhaustion overcame terror, and I drifted into a fitful sleep, plagued by dreams of being buried alive in earth that whispered with roots and voices. I awoke with a jolt to early morning light and silence. The shapes were gone, the road empty save for Ernest and the surrounding trees that now seemed innocuous in the gentle dawn. Had I imagined it all? The stress, the isolation, the encounters with Harold? Could they have triggered some sort of wilderness psychosis? My relief was short-lived. When I moved to the kitchen area to find water, I saw it. The door I'd so carefully locked hung slightly ajar, a gap of perhaps half an inch visible between door and frame. With mounting dread, I surveyed the RV's interior. The place had been methodically ransacked, drawers pulled out, cupboards emptied, my duffel bag upended on the bed. But most chilling was what had been done to the walls. Every vertical surface inside Ernest was covered with the same message, scratched deeply into the paneling with something sharp. Not their land. Not their land. Not their land. Over and over, hundreds of times, the words carved with such force that in places they went through to the metal beneath. In the center of the small dining table lay the journals and camera I'd so carefully packed in my day pack, the pack that had been beside me in the driver's seat all night. Beside them was a small object I didn't recognize, a figurine, roughly 6 inches tall, made of twisted roots and pine needles bound together with some dark, resinous substance. It was shaped vaguely like a human, but with elongated limbs and a featureless face, save for 2 small reflective stones where eyes should be. I backed away, bile rising in my throat. Whatever had surrounded Ernest in the night hadn't been kept out by locks or walls. They had entered, moved around me as I slept, gone through my possessions and left this twisted token behind, all without me waking. And they had taken nothing. Not the journals, not the camera, not the evidence I'd collected. They wanted me to have it, wanted me to know. With shaking hands, I gathered the items and shoved them into my day pack. Then I did the only sensible thing left to do. I ran. I abandoned Ernest without a backward glance, the keys still in the ignition. Whatever mechanical issues had stranded him yesterday seemed trivial compared to the horror of what had happened during the night. I struck out walking along the main park road, my pace just short of a jog, driven by the conviction that distance was my only hope. The morning was eerily beautiful. Sunlight filtering through golden aspen leaves, the distant mountains sharp against a sky so blue it hurt to look at. Birds sang in the trees, and once a deer crossed the road ahead of me, pausing to regard me with liquid brown eyes before bounding away. The normal wilderness, performing its normal rhythms, as if nothing unnatural lurked among the trees. After an hour of steady walking with no sign of other vehicles, I checked my phone again. Still no service, but the battery was down to 15%. I switched it off to conserve power for a genuine emergency, though what constituted an emergency beyond what I'd already experienced, I couldn't imagine. Around noon, the road curved away from the direction I needed to go. According to my map, continuing straight through the woods would save me several miles, cutting across a bend in the road to rejoin it closer to the ranger station. Under normal circumstances, I'd never have considered leaving the relative safety of the road, but fatigue was setting in, and the prospect of shaving hours off my journey was too tempting to resist. I marked my position as best I could and plunged into the forest, using the sun and my compass to maintain direction. The going was slower than I'd anticipated. Deadfall and thick underbrush forced me to zigzag rather than travel in a straight line. The physical exertion was almost welcome, occupying my mind with immediate concerns rather than the lingering horror of the previous night. The forest grew denser as I walked, the canopy thickening until only occasional shafts of sunlight penetrated to the forest floor. The temperature dropped noticeably in this perpetual shade, and the silence returned. That same watching, waiting absence of sound I'd experienced before. I was considering turning back to the road when I smelled it. Wood smoke. Faint but unmistakable on the still air. Smoke meant people, and people meant potential help. I adjusted my course toward the scent, moving as quietly as possible through the underbrush. The trees opened suddenly onto a small clearing, in the center of which stood a cabin. Not a modern vacation home or park service structure, but something far older. Walls of hand-hewn logs darkened by decades of weather. A roof of split shakes covered in moss. Small windows with wavy glass that caught the sunlight like water. A thin spiral of smoke rose from a stone chimney, carrying the scent of burning pine. I approached cautiously, scanning for signs of Harold's truck or other dangers. The clearing appeared empty, save for the cabin itself and a small wood pile stacked neatly against one wall. No power lines ran to the structure. No satellite dish or antenna broke its rustic silhouette. It looked as if it had grown from the forest floor, a natural formation of wood and stone. As I drew closer, details emerged that sent unease crawling up my spine. The cabin's proportions were subtly wrong. The door slightly too tall and narrow, the windows placed at irregular heights. The whole structure listing slightly to one side as if straining to return to the earth. Most disturbing were the carvings that covered every exposed inch of the exterior walls. Intricate patterns of interlocking shapes that, from a distance, resembled decorative knotwork, but up close revealed themselves to be stylized renderings of elongated human figures with antler-like growths emerging from their heads. I was about to retreat when the door opened. An elderly woman stepped onto the small porch, her appearance so startlingly normal after the cabin's wrongness that I froze in place. She was small and bird-like, with silver hair pulled into a neat bun and a cardigan buttoned over a floral dress despite the wilderness setting. Wire-rimmed glasses perched on a nose that had once been broken and healed slightly crooked. In her hand, she carried a steaming mug that filled the air with the scent of chamomile. She showed no surprise at finding a disheveled stranger standing in her clearing. "Well," she said, her voice warm with a hint of Montana roughness, "aren't you a sight for sore eyes?" I opened my mouth, closed it, then managed, "I'm sorry to intrude. My RV broke down on the main road and I'm trying to reach the ranger station." "You've wandered a fair piece off course then," she said, smiling. "Come in and warm yourself. You look half frozen and wholly exhausted." Every instinct warned against entering that wrong-proportioned cabin with its disturbing carvings, but the woman herself seemed so ordinary, so grandmotherly, that my fear began to feel absurd. Besides, I was exhausted, hungry, and increasingly desperate for human contact after the isolation and terror of the past 24 hours. "Thank you," I said, climbing the 3 wooden steps to the porch. "I'm Victor Donnelly." "Margaret McAllister," she replied, holding the door open. "But everyone just calls me Maggie." McAllister. The name stopped me in my tracks. Any relation to Harold McAllister? Something flickered behind her eyes. Caution, perhaps, or recognition. "My son," she said after a moment's hesitation. "You've met Harold?" I considered lying, but opted for a partial truth. "Briefly, on the road. He seemed concerned about people camping in certain areas of the park." She sighed, a sound weighted with decades of resignation. "Harold takes after his father in that regard. Too much anger, not enough perspective. Come in, the tea's getting cold." The cabin's interior was as disconcerting as its exterior, though in more subtle ways. The ceiling was unexpectedly high, creating an echo when Maggie spoke. The floorboards were laid at odd angles, forcing my eyes to constantly readjust. The furniture, a table, 2 chairs, a rocking chair by the fireplace, and a narrow bed in one corner, seemed handmade, with the same subtly wrong proportions as the cabin itself. Most of the wall space was occupied by framed photographs, hundreds of them arranged in a dense collage. As Maggie busied herself at a small wood stove, I studied the nearest ones. Many showed a younger Harold, with a man who must have been his father. Same wild beard, same intense eyes. Others showed Maggie herself, aging backward through the decades. But the oldest photos, yellowed and fading, showed something that made my skin prickle. A group of stern-faced settlers standing in front of a newly built cabin, this cabin, and behind them, half hidden in shadow, impossibly tall figures with elongated limbs. My family has been here since before this was a national park, Maggie said, startling me. She handed me a chipped mug of tea and gestured toward one of the chairs. 6 generations of McAllisters, working the same land. I sat, wrapping my cold fingers around the warm mug. It must have been difficult when the park was established. Her smile tightened almost imperceptibly. The government has always had little regard for those who came before. They drew lines on maps and called it conservation. Never mind that we had been conserving this land for a century before they arrived. Your family lost property? Nearly 6,000 acres. Her voice remained pleasant, but something harder entered her eyes. My husband fought them in court for 20 years, died of a heart attack the day the final appeal was denied. I sipped the tea, which tasted of chamomile and something else, something bitter and earthy I couldn't identify. I'm sorry to hear that. It must have been devastating. It was, she agreed, taking the seat opposite me. But the McAllisters are nothing if not adaptable. We found other arrangements. The way she said arrangements sent a ripple of unease through me. I glanced again at the photographs, at those tall, shadowy figures just visible behind the family. Other arrangements? This land has always had its original inhabitants, she said cryptically. Long before settlers, long before the native tribes even. The old ones have been here since the mountains were young. The tea suddenly felt too heavy in my stomach. I set the mug down. The old ones? Her eyes fixed on mine, surprisingly keen behind the glasses. They're particular about their territory, protective, but they can be reasoned with if you understand their ways. A piece clicked into place, Harold's words by the road. They're all yours, like we agreed. You made a deal with them, I said, the words falling from my mouth before I could stop them. Your family. That's how you stayed on the land even after it became a park. Maggie's expression didn't change, but she went very still. You've seen them, haven't you? Not just glimpses like the others. You've really seen them. The air in the cabin seemed to thicken, making it difficult to draw a full breath. Outside, the wind picked up suddenly, whistling through the ill-fitting window frames with a sound like distant voices. I found the campsites, I admitted. Elise Warner, Eric Sullivan, the journals, the camera with the photos. Ah, she nodded slowly. Unfortunate, but not unexpected. Hikers stray into protected areas despite the warnings. Harold tries to turn them back when he can, but some are persistent. Protected areas? My voice rose slightly. Those people were attacked, killed. Sacrificed, she corrected gently, as if explaining a simple concept to a child. The arrangement requires payment. The old ones help us keep our land, true ownership regardless of what government papers say, and in return, they require acknowledgement. Tribute. Horror crawled up my throat. You feed them people. Only trespassers, she said, still in that reasonable tone. Only those who ignore the signs, who push too far into territories that don't belong to them. Just as the government took what wasn't theirs, these outsiders take what isn't theirs. There's a symmetry to it, don't you think? I stood abruptly, knocking over the chair. The tea was making me dizzy, the edges of my vision darkening. Drugged, I realized too late. The bitter undertaste. I need to go, I managed, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. I'm afraid that's not possible, Maggie said, rising with surprising agility for her age. You've seen too much, taken evidence. Under normal circumstances, we'd simply let the old ones handle you like the others. But you're different, Victor. You've been marked. Marked? The word felt thick in my mouth. She gestured to my pack. They returned the journals to you, left their sign. That means they see something in you. Potential, perhaps. The door opened behind me. I turned, already knowing who I would see. Harold filled the doorway, his massive frame blocking the exit. Beyond him, the forest had darkened, though it couldn't be past mid-afternoon. Something about the quality of the shadow suggested gathering clouds, but deeper than any natural storm. "Mother," Harold said, his voice softer than it had been on the road, but no less menacing. "I see you've met our guest." "We've had a lovely chat," Maggie replied. Victor here was just about to make a decision. Harold's eyes locked onto mine. Up close, I could see that what I'd taken for a wild beard was something stranger, dark tendrils that seemed to move slightly of their own accord, twisting and curling against his skin. His eyes, which I'd thought merely hostile before, had an unnatural, reflective quality, even in the cabin's dim light. "What decision?" I asked, though I feared I already knew. "Join or feed," Harold said simply. "The old ones have marked you. They offer you a place in the arrangement. Accept and you remain. Refuse and you become tribute." "You're insane," I whispered, backing away until I hit the wall of photographs. "Both of you." "We're pragmatists," Maggie corrected. 6 generations on this land, Victor. 6 generations of McAllisters finding a way to survive when the world tried to take everything from us. I looked from her to Harold, seeing the family resemblance more clearly now, not just in their features, but in the fanatical light behind their eyes. They truly believed in what they were doing. Generations of bitterness and isolation had forged a terrible bargain, and they had convinced themselves it was justice. And if I join? My mind raced, searching for any way out. What would that entail? "You take the mark willingly," Harold said. "Become part of the family. Help maintain the borders. Direct trespassers to the tribute areas. In return, you're protected. Given a place." "The mark," I repeated. "Like what's happening to you?" His hand rose unconsciously to the writhing tendrils of his beard. "The old ones share a piece of themselves. It changes you, but it extends life. Mother is nearly 90, though you'd never know it." I glanced at Maggie, seeing her seemingly spry 70-year-old appearance in a new, horrifying light. "And if I refuse?" Harold shrugged massive shoulders. "Then we open the door and step aside. The old ones are gathered already. They can sense the mark they left on you, and they're hungry for your answer." As if in response to his words, a low gurgling sound came from just outside the cabin, that same terrible mimicry of human speech I'd heard in the forest. It was answered by another, then another, until the clearing seemed filled with them. "Not much of a choice," I said, playing for time, trying to clear my head from whatever Maggie had put in the tea. "There's always a choice," Maggie said. "That's the point. The government gave us no choice when they took our land. The old ones, at least, offer alternatives." My gaze fell on the photographs again, specifically on one I hadn't noticed before. A faded color Polaroid from perhaps the 1970s, showing a young woman with Maggie's features, standing beside a man who was clearly Harold at about my age. The date scrawled at the bottom, June 1971. It hit me then. The woman in the photo wasn't Maggie as a young woman. It was her daughter, Harold's wife or sister, perhaps. But if that was Harold in the 1970s... "How old are you?" I asked him directly. A thin smile crossed his face, stretching the tendrils unnaturally. "I was born in 1937. The old ones are generous with those who serve them. Almost 90 years old, and he looked perhaps 60, albeit in poor health. The arrangement he spoke of offered more than land. It offered extended life, at the cost of gradual transformation into something no longer fully human." "I need to think," I said, buying more time. "Of course," Maggie nodded. "But not too long. They grow impatient when tribute is delayed." As if on cue, something heavy thudded against the side of the cabin, making the whole structure shudder. The gurgling voices outside rose in volume and urgency. Harold moved toward me, backing me into a corner. "Choose, Mr. Donnelly. Now!" In desperation, I lunged for my pack, which sat on the floor where I'd dropped it. Harold was faster than his size suggested, grabbing my arm in a grip that felt like iron bands. "Mother," he said calmly, "open the door." Maggie moved toward the entrance with that same uncanny agility. Outside, the gurgling had reached a fever pitch, accompanied by a sound like dozens of branches being dragged across the cabin walls. In a last, desperate move, I twisted in Harold's grip and plunged my free hand into my jacket pocket, fingers closing around the small canister of bear spray. Before he could react, I brought it up and discharged it directly into his face. The effect was instantaneous and horrifying. Harold released me with a roar that sounded nothing like a human voice. The tendrils around his face writhed wildly, curling away from the spray as if they were separate organisms in pain. His eyes, now clearly reflective like those in Elise's photo, wept a dark fluid that steamed where it hit the floorboards. Maggie turned at the commotion, her face transforming with rage. Beneath the grandmotherly facade, something shifted, her skin rippling as if something moved beneath it, trying to get out. I snatched up my pack and charged toward the door, knocking the smaller woman aside with more force than I intended. She hit the wall with a crack, photographs falling around her. For an instant I saw her face distort, the skin splitting to reveal something dark and glistening beneath. Then I was through the door and into the clearing. What waited outside defied description. Dozens of the tall, wrong-proportioned figures surrounded the cabin, their bodies seeming to shift between solid and shadow as they moved. Up close, I could see that what I'd taken for branches or antlers were actually growths emerging from their elongated heads. Not quite horns, not quite tentacles, but something organic and ancient that twisted toward the sky. They had no faces in any human sense, just smooth, bark-like surfaces, interrupted by those reflective eyes and vertical splits that opened to reveal the source of the gurgling sounds. Dark cavities filled with a viscous fluid that vibrated when they spoke. For one frozen moment, we regarded each other, me, a terrified human clutching a pack and a mostly empty can of bear spray, them, ancient beings that had made a devil's bargain with a family bitter enough to sacrifice strangers to maintain their claim on stolen land. Then, I ran. I expected pursuit, but when I glanced back after 50 yards, I saw something stranger. The entities were converging on the cabin, ignoring me completely. Through the open door, I could see Harold on his knees, still clutching his face. Maggie stood in the doorway, her form seeming to ripple and distort, as she raised her arms toward the approaching figures in what looked like supplication or warning. I didn't wait to see more. I ran as I'd never run before, crashing through underbrush, leaping deadfall, my only thought to put distance between myself and what lurked behind me. The day had darkened further, unnatural shadows deepening beneath the trees, but ahead I could see brighter light, a break in the forest. I burst onto the main park road, nearly colliding with an oncoming Park Service truck. The ranger behind the wheel slammed on the brakes, skidding to a stop inches from where I stood swaying with exhaustion. "Hey!" she shouted, jumping out. "Are you okay? What are you doing out here without—" She stopped mid-sentence, taking in my wild appearance, the tears in my clothing, the spray canister still clutched in my hand. "Help!" I managed, before my legs gave way and the world went dark. I awoke in a hospital room, the antiseptic smell and steady beep of monitors instantly recognizable. Light streamed through partially closed blinds, casting striped shadows across a standard-issue white blanket. An IV line ran into my arm, and a pulse oximeter glowed red on my finger. For a moment, I lay perfectly still, afraid that any movement might reveal this normalcy to be an illusion, a final dream before returning to the horrors of the forest. But the world remained solid. The scratch of hospital sheets against my skin, the distant sounds of a nurse's station, the dull ache in my muscles from running too far too fast. A nurse entered, startling slightly when she saw I was awake. "Mr. Donnelly," she said, approaching the bed, "good to see you back with us. How are you feeling?" "Thirsty," I managed, my voice a dry rasp. Where am I? Kalispell Regional Medical Center, she said, pouring water from a plastic pitcher. You were brought in 2 days ago. Severe dehydration, exhaustion, and mild hypothermia. The rangers who found you said you collapsed on the road. 2 days. I'd lost 2 days. My belongings? In the closet, she pointed. The sheriff's department kept your backpack, though. They said it might be evidence. Evidence, the journals, the camera, proof of what I'd seen and experienced. I need to speak with them. They've been waiting for you to wake up, she assured me. I'll let them know you're conscious. The doctor will want to check you over first. The next few hours passed in a blur of medical examinations, police interviews, and trying to sort reality from nightmare. The doctor pronounced me physically sound apart from exhaustion and dehydration. The sheriff's deputy who took my statement was professional but clearly skeptical as I recounted my experiences, editing out the more supernatural elements, but emphasizing the missing hikers, the ransacked campsites, and the threatening behavior of Harold McAllister. We're familiar with McAllister, the deputy said, making notes. He's had run-ins with the Park Service before. Trespassing, harassment of campers, illegal hunting. Never anything violent, though. Did you find the cabin? I asked. Or them? He looked up, frowning slightly. We searched the area based on your description. Found your RV where you said it would be. Engine blown. The interior was vandalized, just like you described. But there was no cabin in that vicinity, Mr. Donnelly. No structures of any kind within 5 miles. That's impossible, I insisted. I was there. I spoke with them. It was... You were severely dehydrated, he interrupted gently. Possibly experiencing hallucinations. The search teams found no evidence of a cabin or residence in that section of the park. What about the backpack, the journals, the camera? We're analyzing those now, he said. They do belong to individuals reported missing in the park, Eric Sullivan and Elise Warner. Their families have been notified that we've recovered some of their belongings. And the bodies? The deputy's expression tightened. No remains have been recovered. We're expanding the search area based on the last known coordinates from Miss Warner's journal. After he left, I lay staring at the ceiling, trying to reconcile what I knew with what others were willing to believe. The missing hikers were real. The vandalized RV was real. The backpack, journals, and camera were real. But the cabin that vanished between one day and the next, the ancient entities that had made a bargain with a family willing to sacrifice strangers to maintain their claim, the human but not quite human McAllisters, gradually transforming into something else entirely, those would be dismissed as the hallucinations of an exhausted, dehydrated mind. I wasn't sure I could blame them. I was released from the hospital the following day. The sheriff's department arranged temporary accommodations in Kalispell while their investigation continued, advising me not to leave the area. I spent the first day sleeping, my body still recovering from the ordeal. The second day, I began my own investigation. The public library in Kalispell was small but surprisingly well stocked with local history materials. I started with newspaper archives, searching for anything related to the McAllister family or strange occurrences in that section of Glacier National Park. What I found chilled me more deeply than the entities in the forest ever had. The McAllisters were real, a family that had settled in the area in the 1870s, establishing a homestead that eventually grew to nearly 6,000 acres. When the land was incorporated into Glacier National Park in the early 1900s, the family had indeed fought the designation through legal challenges, protests, and eventually threats against park officials. But that's where reality diverged from what I'd been told in the cabin. According to newspaper accounts from 1943, the last known McAllister, Harold Sr., had disappeared during a blizzard after threatening a park ranger. The official report concluded he had become disoriented in the storm and perished, though his body was never recovered. Subsequent articles documented a bizarre series of vanishings in the decades that followed. Hikers, campers, and occasionally park employees, all disappearing without trace from the same general area of the park. The disappearances followed no discernible pattern, except geography and an odd seasonality. They happened exclusively between April and October, when the area was accessible by foot. Most disturbing was what I found in a local history book published in the 1960s. A grainy black and white photograph showed the original McAllister homestead, a cabin with the exact same wrong proportions I'd seen, the same too-tall door and irregular windows. The caption noted that the structure had burned to the ground in 1944, barely a year after Harold Sr.'s disappearance. If the cabin had been destroyed 8 decades ago, what had I seen in the forest? I expanded my search, digging into local legends and folklore. In a slim volume of regional myths, I found a single paragraph that made my blood freeze. Native tribes in the region avoided certain valleys within what is now Glacier National Park, believing them to be inhabited by the tall people, ancient spirits that were neither human nor animal, but something that existed before both. These entities were said to claim humans who trespassed in their territory, gradually transforming them into creatures like themselves over many generations. According to legend, certain families made pacts with the tall people, offering sacrifices in exchange for protection and extended life. The book contained no further information, dismissing the legend as a typical tribal superstition meant to keep people away from dangerous terrain. But I knew better. That evening, I received a call from the sheriff's department. The deputy I'd spoken with at the hospital wanted to meet me the following morning to discuss new developments in the investigation. He refused to elaborate further over the phone. I barely slept that night, my dreams filled with glimpses of elongated figures moving through trees and Harold's face as the tendrils twisted in pain from the bear spray. The next morning, I arrived at the sheriff's department to find not just the deputy, but a full conference room of people. Park rangers, FBI agents, and a woman introduced as Dr. Eleanor Marsh from the University of Montana's Anthropology Department. "Mr. Donnelly," the deputy began, "we owe you an apology. We should have taken your account more seriously from the start." "You found the cabin," I said, not a question. The deputy exchanged glances with one of the FBI agents. "Not exactly, but we found something. The forensic team analyzing the camera you recovered managed to extract additional images beyond the ones you saw. Some were corrupted, but what was visible corroborates elements of your story." Dr. Marsh slid a folder across the table. The journal entries also contained information that aligns with local indigenous legends I've been studying for years. Accounts of the entities you described appear in tribal records dating back centuries. I opened the folder to find printouts of the camera images enhanced and clarified. They showed exactly what I'd seen in the forest. The two tall figures with their elongated limbs and reflective eyes. More disturbing were close-ups of what appeared to be partial transformations. Human hands developing bark-like textures, human faces with tendrils emerging from beneath the skin. "There's more," the park ranger said. "We've used ground-penetrating radar in the area where you indicated the cabin stood. While there's no structure there now, we found evidence of foundations and a mass grave containing at least 12 sets of human remains. Some dating back decades," the FBI agent added. "Preliminary findings suggest the most recent dates to approximately 3 weeks ago." "Elise Warner," I said quietly. "Most likely," the agent nodded. "We're conducting DNA tests to confirm." "And Harold, Maggie, have you found them?" The room went silent for a moment before the deputy spoke again. "That's where things get complicated. According to all official records, the McAllister family line ended in 1943. There is no Harold Jr. or Margaret McAllister." "But I saw them," I insisted. "I spoke with them." "We believe you," Dr. Marsh said, leaning forward. "The indigenous legends speak of humans who made pacts with these entities, the tall people as they called them. Those who made these bargains were said to take on characteristics of the entities over time, gaining extended life, but gradually transforming into something no longer human. The legends also mention that these collaborators could move between worlds," one of the park rangers added, "that they existed in a space between our reality and whatever realm the tall people inhabited. They could be visible or invisible at will. Structures could appear or disappear." I thought of the cabin that existed in one moment and vanished in the next, of Harold's impossible age, of Maggie's skin rippling to reveal something else beneath. "So what happens now?" I asked. "The FBI is taking over the investigation," the deputy said. "The disappearances cross state lines and span decades. They're treating it as a serial murder case, though how to classify the perpetrators is problematic." "We may never find them," the FBI agent admitted. "If the legends have any basis in fact, these individuals can simply step sideways, for lack of a better term, become unreachable. But we can protect others," the park ranger added firmly. "The area has been closed to all visitors pending the investigation. We're installing camera systems and monitoring equipment throughout the region." Dr. Marsh caught my eye. "Mr. Donnelly, you're the first person to encounter these entities and their human collaborators, and return to tell about it coherently. Your account is invaluable. I'd like to work with you to document everything you experienced if you're willing." I agreed, of course. The following weeks were consumed with formal statements, hypnotherapy sessions to recover details I might have suppressed, and endless debriefings with various agencies. Dr. Marsh and I compiled a comprehensive record of my experiences, cross-referenced with historical accounts and indigenous legends. The result was a classified report that would never see public light but might help prevent future disappearances. 4 months after my ordeal, I received permission to return to Seattle. My former publishing company, hearing vague rumors of my heroic survival in the wilderness, offered me my position back. I declined. Instead, I used the modest settlement from the National Park Service, offered in exchange for a non-disclosure agreement about certain aspects of the investigation, to rent a small apartment in Monterey, California, as far from the forests of Montana as I could reasonably get while remaining on the West Coast. I thought it was over. I wanted it to be over. Then, exactly 1 year after my escape from the cabin, a package arrived at my apartment. No return address, no postmark, as if it had been hand-delivered. Inside was a small object that stopped my breath. A figurine made of twisted roots and pine needles bound with dark resin, shaped like a human but with elongated limbs and reflective stones for eyes, identical to the one left in my RV that night. Wrapped around it was a note written in spidery handwriting. "The old ones don't forget those they've marked, Mr. Donnelly. Neither do we. The arrangement continues, with or without your participation. Should you reconsider our offer, return to the clearing when the leaves turn. We'll be waiting. We have all the time in the world. Isham McAllister." I burned the figurine and the note that night, watching the flames consume them on my small balcony overlooking the Pacific. As they turned to ash, I could have sworn I heard a familiar sound beneath the crackle of the fire. A wet, gurgling vocalization that mimicked human speech without understanding it. The ocean breeze eventually carried the ashes away, but I know with terrible certainty that the mark remains. Sometimes in the mirror, I catch a glimpse of something moving beneath my skin, just for an instant. And at night, when the darkness is complete, my eyes sometimes reflect light in ways they shouldn't, perfect white circles staring back at me from the glass. I never returned to Glacier National Park. I never will. But I know the arrangement continues. Humans sacrifice to ancient entities in exchange for extended life and power. And I know that somewhere in those mountains, in a cabin that exists in the spaces between our world and theirs, Harold and Maggie McAllister are still waiting, still watching, still keeping their terrible bargain. And sometimes, on cold nights, when the wind sounds like voices, I wonder how long I can outrun what was offered to me in that clearing, and what I might become if I ever stop running. I woke up sweating in the early hours of January 12, 2024, my heart racing like I'd just sprinted a mile. At 32 years old, I should have outgrown night terrors, but something had changed in the past weeks. Sitting up in bed, I tried to regulate my breathing while images of my recently deceased ferret Winston flooded my thoughts. Winston hadn't been an ordinary pet. In his final months, he'd grown to an unusual size, nearly as large as a small cat. The veterinarian had been baffled, suggesting some kind of growth disorder. But it wasn't just his size that troubled me. It was his behavior. Winston had developed this unsettling habit of standing on his hind legs for extended periods, perfectly still, eyes fixed on me with an intensity no animal should possess. His typical playful chirps had transformed into low guttural croaks that sometimes sounded almost melodic, as if he were attempting communication beyond his species' capabilities. The morning of his death, I found him in the center of my living room, upright and motionless. When I approached, he didn't acknowledge me. 3 hours later, he was dead. My mother had insisted I examine Winston's body, claiming there was something you need to see. Her tone had been urgent, frightened even. I'd refused, attributing her behavior to grief. Winston had been with us for 7 years, after all. Now, sitting in my darkened bedroom, I wondered what she'd seen. The thought made my stomach tighten. Outside, the wind pushed against my window, creating a steady, rhythmic tapping that sounded disturbingly deliberate. I switched on my bedside lamp, desperate to dispel the darkness. The shadows retreated, but my unease remained. The digital clock read 3:17 a.m. Too early to call Mom, too late to hope for restful sleep. I reached for my journal and began documenting the recurring nightmare that had jolted me awake. Winston, standing before me, grown to impossible proportions, opening his mouth to reveal rows of teeth no ferret should possess. Despite the warm air pumping through my apartment's heating vents, I couldn't shake the pervasive coldness that seemed to originate from within my own body. 5 days after Winston's death, I called my friend Jamie, desperate for distraction. We agreed to meet at Riverpoint Park, a sprawling green space at the edge of town where hiking trails wound through dense clusters of oak and pine. "You look terrible," Jamie said when we met at the trailhead. His bluntness was refreshing. "Haven't been sleeping well," I admitted, not wanting to delve into the nightmares. We set off down the main trail, our conversation gradually shifting to lighter topics: Jamie's new job, an upcoming concert we'd been planning to attend. For brief intervals, I forgot about Winston and the unnatural coldness that had taken residence in my apartment. About 2 miles into our hike, we encountered the deer. It stood approximately 20 yards ahead, a mature doe with a sleek brown coat. Unlike most deer I'd encountered while hiking, this one didn't bolt at our approach. It remained perfectly still, watching us with dark, reflective eyes. "That's weird," Jamie whispered. "Should be running by now." Instead of retreating, the deer took a tentative step toward us. "Maybe it's used to humans," I suggested, though something about its gaze made me doubt my own explanation. Jamie, always more adventurous than me, began making soft clicking sounds, extending his hand as if offering food. To our amazement, the deer responded, approaching with cautious steps until it stood mere feet away. "This is insane," Jamie whispered, pulling out his phone. "We've got to document this." He positioned himself beside me, angling his phone for a selfie with the deer in the background. The flash activated automatically, a brief, harsh burst of light. In that flash, I saw the deer's eyes reflect unnaturally, not the typical eyeshine of animals, but something deeper, almost phosphorescent. The photo, when Jamie showed it to me, was even more disturbing. The deer was staring directly at the camera, but its eyes appeared hollow, like black pits that seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it. "That's odd," Jamie said, zooming in on the image. We continued our hike, but something had shifted. The woods seemed quieter, the shadows between trees deeper. When we turned back toward the trailhead, I felt an unmistakable sensation of being observed. About 15 minutes after our deer encounter, Jamie grabbed my arm. "Look," he hissed, pointing ahead. "Is that the same one?" In the distance, partially obscured by underbrush, was what appeared to be the same doe. Only something was wrong with its posture. It was upright, balanced precariously on its hind legs, its front legs, no arms, hanging awkwardly at its sides. "What the actual—" Jamie began. The deer, if that's what it truly was, began moving toward us with a jerky, uncoordinated gait, still maintaining its bipedal stance. The movement was so unnatural, so fundamentally wrong, that we both burst into nervous laughter. "It can't be real," I said, my voice higher than normal. The deer dropped back to all fours and bounded into the forest, disappearing among the trees. We stood frozen, our laughter dying in our throats. "Did you get that on video?" I asked. Jamie shook his head. "No one would believe us anyway." That night, alone in my apartment, I couldn't stop thinking about the deer and its impossible movement. I recalled Winston's habit of standing upright, staring at me with that unsettling intensity. The parallel was too specific to dismiss as coincidence. Something was connecting these events, some pattern I couldn't yet discern. As I tried to sleep, I heard a faint scratching at my bedroom door. 3 slow, deliberate scrapes followed by silence. When I gathered the courage to investigate, the hallway was empty, but the scratches remained, 3 distinct marks gouged into the wood. By mid-February, the incidents had escalated. I began finding small dead animals on my doorstep. First a sparrow, then a squirrel, each positioned with unnatural precision, their heads twisted completely backward. My sleep deteriorated further, punctuated by vivid nightmares and the persistent sensation of being observed even in my most private moments. I needed distance, perspective. I booked a room at the Pine View Hotel, a modest establishment about 40 miles outside town. The drive provided temporary relief, the familiar landmarks of my daily life receding in the rearview mirror. The hotel itself was underwhelming. A gray 2-story building with a flickering neon sign advertising an attached pub. What struck me as odd was the layout. The hallways to the guest rooms weren't fully enclosed but partially open to the elements, with one side exposed to a small courtyard. Several stray cats prowled the perimeter as I checked in, their yowls echoing against the building's concrete facade. The desk clerk, a thin man with perpetually moist eyes, handed me a key card without making eye contact. "Pub closes at midnight," he said flatly. "Breakfast starts at 6. My room was on the 2nd floor, sparsely furnished but clean. I dropped my overnight bag on the bed and immediately headed for the pub, hoping alcohol might dull the constant edge of anxiety I'd been living with. The pub was moderately busy, populated by a mix of hotel guests and locals. A small stage in the corner hosted an amateur musician struggling through an acoustic cover of a song I vaguely recognized. I claimed a corner table and ordered a whiskey, then another, letting the ambient noise wash over me. For a few hours it worked. The tension in my shoulders eased. The persistent fear that had become my companion receded to a manageable distance. By closing time, I'd achieved a pleasant numbness that made the walk back to my room seem less daunting. The hallway was dimly lit, the exposed side allowing a cool breeze to infiltrate the space. As I rounded the corner toward my room, I heard an unusual sound, a shuffling, dragging noise, accompanied by labored breathing. "Hello?" I called, my voice echoing against the concrete walls. The shuffling stopped momentarily, then resumed with greater intensity. I moved forward cautiously and saw a woman standing with her back to me. She was heavyset, dressed in a floral house dress that seemed inappropriate for the cool night air. Her gray hair hung in limp strands down her back. "Ma'am, are you all right?" I approached slowly, concerned she might be disoriented or ill. "Need a waiter," she slurred, her voice thick and wet. "Need service." "The pub's closed," I explained, still approaching. "But I can help you back to your room if—" She turned her head, only her head, rotating a full 180 degrees while her body remained facing away from me. The sound was sickening, a wet, cracking noise like celery being snapped underwater. Her face, now looking directly at me despite her body's orientation, wore an expression of blank curiosity. Her eyes, milky and unfocused, fixed on mine. My muscles locked in terror. The woman's mouth opened, revealing blackened gums and a tongue that seemed too long, too mobile. A raspy moan escaped her lips. Then she began to move, her feet dragging across the floor as if pulled by invisible strings. She didn't walk so much as glide, leaving dark, wet marks on the linoleum. The overhead lights flickered erratically, casting her distorted form in alternating light and shadow. I pressed myself against the wall, unable to move or scream. She drifted past me close enough that I could smell the sour, musty odor emanating from her. Not decay exactly, but something equally repulsive, like old meat left too long in a warm refrigerator. Once she disappeared around the corner, I broke from my paralysis and ran to my room, fumbling with the key card 3 times before the lock disengaged. Inside, I secured every possible latch and wedged a chair under the doorknob for good measure. Throughout the night, I heard scratching at my door. Not the casual pawing of a curious cat, but deliberate, rhythmic scraping that seemed designed to maximize my terror. Occasionally, the scratching was interrupted by low moans that sounded less human with each repetition. By dawn, I was sitting cross-legged on the bed, staring unblinking at the door, convinced that whatever waited outside wasn't just the woman with the twisted neck, but something far worse, something that had been following me since Winston's death, something that could inhabit different forms. As soon as morning light filtered through the thin curtains, I packed my bag and prepared to leave. When I opened my door, the hallway was empty, but 3 distinct scratch marks marred the wood near the handle, identical to those I'd found on my bedroom door at home. Back in my apartment, I began documenting everything. I filled a notebook with detailed accounts of each incident, starting with Winston's strange behavior and death through the deer encounter to the hotel experience. When I reviewed my notes, certain patterns emerged. 1. Each encounter involved an unnatural physical distortion: Winston's growth, the deer's bipedal stance, the woman's rotated head. 2. In each case, the entity seemed aware of me specifically, maintaining eye contact or directing its attention toward me. 3. The scratches, always in sets of 3, appeared after each major incident. I taped sheets of paper across my living room wall, creating a timeline. Red string connected related events, photographs of Winston before his death, the deer, courtesy of Jamie's phone, the scratch marks provided visual evidence. Standing back, I saw what resembled a detective's murder board, except I couldn't identify the crime or the perpetrator. At the end of February, I received a call from my mother. "I need to talk to you," she said, her voice tight with anxiety. "About Winston." We met at her house the following day. She seemed to have aged years in the weeks since I'd seen her last. New lines etched into her face, her movements more hesitant. "I should have told you this sooner," she began, hands clutching a mug of tea so tightly her knuckles whitened. "When Winston died, when I found him, something was wrong." "Wrong how?" I prompted when she fell silent. "His body," she whispered. "It wasn't right. Inside, I mean." She explained that she'd wrapped Winston's body in a towel, intending to bury him in the backyard. But the towel had come loose, revealing his abdomen split open, not from decay or predation, but as if something had emerged from within him. "There were these sacs," she continued, her voice dropping further. "Like egg casings, but empty. Dozens of them, and his internal organs weren't where they should be. Some were missing entirely." I felt nauseated, remembering Winston's strange growth in his final weeks. "Why didn't you tell me this before? Would you have believed me?" She looked up, her eyes hollow. "I barely believed it myself." Before leaving, I asked if she'd experienced anything unusual since Winston's death. Strange animals, unexplained noises, the feeling of being watched. "No," she said too quickly, avoiding my gaze. "Nothing like that." But as I was walking to my car, she called after me. "Check the backyard before you go, where I buried him." Winston's grave was marked by a small stone my mother had painted with his name. The earth around it had been disturbed, not by an animal digging, but as if something had pushed its way up from below. The hole was perfectly circular, the dirt around its edges strangely smooth, as if melted and resolidified. That night, I dreamed of Winston standing upright at the foot of my bed, his body elongated to human proportions, his fur patchy and revealing grayish skin beneath. In the dream, he spoke to me in a voice that sounded like multiple voices layered together. "We've always been here," he said. "Watching, waiting, learning." I woke to find 3 fresh scratch marks on my bedroom ceiling directly above where I slept. By early March, my investigation had consumed me entirely. I stopped going to work, using accumulated sick days to focus on understanding what was happening. My apartment walls disappeared beneath papers, theories, and connections drawn in increasingly frantic handwriting. I began researching local history, focusing on unusual animal behavior and unexplained phenomena. At the public library, I discovered references to similar incidents dating back decades. Reports of domestic animals growing to abnormal sizes, wild animals displaying impossible behaviors, people encountering strangers who moved all wrong. These accounts appeared sporadically throughout the county's history, clustering in 7-year cycles. The previous cluster had occurred exactly 7 years ago, culminating in the disappearance of 3 hikers in River Point Park, the same location where Jamie and I had encountered the deer. The hikers' bodies were never found, but one of their cameras was recovered, containing a single photograph. A deer standing on its hind legs beside what appeared to be a human figure with its head twisted backward. I tracked down the retired sheriff who had led the search for the missing hikers. At 78, Bernard Wilson lived in a small house on the outskirts of town, his walls covered with hunting trophies and photographs from his law enforcement career. "I don't talk about that case," he said gruffly when I mentioned the hikers. "Nothing good comes from digging up the past." But when I described my experiences, Winston, the deer, the woman at the hotel, his demeanor changed. He invited me inside, closing and locking the door behind us. "You've seen them," he said, his weathered face grave. "The Watchers." According to Wilson, the entities I'd encountered were neither supernatural nor extraterrestrial, but something that had always existed alongside humanity. Ancient organisms with the ability to mimic other life forms. They lived primarily underground, emerging in cycles to observe, study, and occasionally harvest specimens. "They're curious about us," Wilson explained. "Have been for thousands of years. They learn by inhabiting things. Animals first, usually, then sometimes people." "What do they want?" I asked. Wilson's expression darkened. "To understand us from the inside out." He believed Winston had been their first attempt to reach me, a test subject they'd modified and ultimately inhabited. The deer, the woman at the hotel, these were subsequent attempts, each more sophisticated than the last. "Why me?" My voice sounded distant to my own ears. "Wrong question," Wilson replied. "Better to ask, why now? They're building toward something, a larger emergence." Before I left, Wilson pressed a small leather pouch into my hand. "Keep this with you," he instructed. "It won't stop them, but it might slow them down." The pouch contained a mixture of dried herbs and what appeared to be small bones. Its odor was pungent, medicinal. "One last thing," Wilson called as I walked to my car. "If you see someone you know acting strange, family, friends, anyone, run. Don't try to help them. It won't be them anymore." That night Jamie called, his voice uncharacteristically subdued. "I need to see you," he said. "Something's happening to me." I agreed to meet Jamie at his apartment the following evening, March 17th. Against my better judgment, I went alone, Wilson's warning echoing in my mind. I brought the leather pouch, tucked securely in my jacket pocket. Jamie's building was quiet when I arrived, the hallway to his second-floor apartment dimly lit and deserted. I knocked, hearing movement inside but receiving no response. After a minute, I knocked again, louder. "Jamie? It's me." The door opened a few inches, revealing a slice of darkness. Jamie's voice came from within, strained and barely recognizable. "You shouldn't have come." I pushed the door wider, stepping into the apartment. The blinds were drawn, the only illumination coming from a single lamp in the corner. The air smelled wrong, musty and organic, like a greenhouse filled with rotting plants. Jamie stood in the center of the room, his posture rigid and unnatural. He was wearing the same clothes he'd worn during our hike weeks earlier, now stained and disheveled. "What's going on?" I asked, maintaining distance between us. "You said something was happening to you." "I lied," Jamie replied, his voice fluctuating between his familiar tone and something deeper, resonant. "I needed you here." He took a step forward, moving with a fluidity that seemed choreographed rather than natural. His head tilted at an impossible angle, neck elongating slightly. "We've been watching you," he continued, "learning from you, your fears, your connections. your patterns. I backed toward the door, fingers closing around Wilson's pouch. You're not Jamie. A smile stretched across his face, too wide, revealing teeth that seemed too numerous, too sharp. Jamie is here, the thing said. Part of him. We don't discard, we incorporate. Its movements became increasingly erratic as it spoke, joints bending in directions human anatomy shouldn't allow. Jamie's familiar features remained, but something else animated them, something ancient and patient. What do you want? I demanded, struggling to keep my voice steady. To understand, to prepare. It gestured toward the window. The cycle is nearly complete. The emergence approaches. In that moment I realized the entity wasn't just referring to itself, but to something larger, a collective or colony. The incidents I'd experienced weren't isolated events, but components of a coordinated observation. I threw Wilson's pouch at the creature's feet. The dried contents scattered across the floor, releasing a sharp, acrid scent. The thing wearing Jamie's form recoiled, its movements becoming disjointed, spasmodic. Primitive deterrence, it hissed, voice distorting. Temporary. I used its momentary disorientation to escape, slamming the apartment door behind me and racing down the hallway. In the parking lot, I glanced back at Jamie's window and saw not one but three figures silhouetted against the blinds, identical in height and build, moving in perfect synchronization. Driving home, I passed dozens of pedestrians on the sidewalks. For the first time, I found myself studying their gaits, their postures, wondering how many others had been incorporated. My apartment no longer felt safe. I packed essential items, clothes, my research notes, Wilson's contact information, planning to leave town immediately. As I was loading my car, my phone rang, my mother's number. "Don't come here," she said without preamble, her voice trembling. "There's something in the house, something wearing Dad's face." My father had died 3 years earlier. "Where are you?" I asked, already sliding into the driver's seat. "Bathroom, door locked. But it knows I'm here." Keeps calling my name in his voice. "I'm coming," I said. "Stay on the phone." "No." Her panic was palpable. "It's too late. They're everywhere now. The cycle is..." The line went dead. I drove recklessly toward my mother's house, running red lights, weaving through traffic. The sky darkened prematurely, heavy clouds gathering despite no forecast for rain. Other drivers seemed oblivious to my urgency, many traveling well below the speed limit, their faces blank and forward-facing as I passed. At one intersection, I noticed something disturbing. Every pedestrian waiting to cross was standing in identical posture, arms hanging at their sides, heads tilted at the same slight angle. As my car approached, they turned in unison to watch me pass. My mother's neighborhood appeared normal at first glance. Houses quiet, lawns maintained, a few children's bicycles abandoned on sidewalks. But as I parked across the street from her house, I noticed the stillness. No birds called, no insects buzzed. Even the wind seemed to have died. The front door of my mother's house stood open, the interior darkness spilling onto the porch like a physical substance. I approached cautiously, Wilson's warnings competing with filial duty in my mind. "Mom?" I called from the threshold, unwilling to enter blindly. No response came from within, but from behind me, a chorus of voices answered, all identical, all speaking in perfect unison. "She's with us now." I turned to find the street had filled with people, neighbors, mail carriers, children, all standing motionless, all staring at me with the same flat expression. Among them stood Jamie, my mother, and a perfect duplicate of myself, indistinguishable except for the unnatural stillness of its posture. "The cycle completes tonight," my doppelganger announced, its voice a disturbing approximation of my own. "The emergence begins." The crowd began moving toward me with that now familiar gliding motion, their feet barely seeming to touch the ground. I retreated into my mother's house, slamming the door and engaging every lock. Through the windows, I could see them assembling on the lawn, forming concentric circles, their movements becoming increasingly synchronized. I searched the house, calling for my mother despite knowing she had likely been incorporated like Jamie. The house was empty, but Evidence of struggle remained. Overturned furniture, a broken lamp, scratches on the walls in sets of 3. In my father's former study, I found a sheet of paper on the desk, covered in my mother's handwriting. They emerged 7 years ago but weren't ready. Too few hosts, too little understanding. They've been planning, learning, adapting. Tonight they reach critical mass. God help us all. Below these words was a crude map of the county with one location circled repeatedly: River Point Park. Specifically a section deep within the forest where limestone caves penetrated into the earth. Outside, the crowd had grown larger, encompassing what appeared to be the entire neighborhood. Their concentric circles now rotated in opposite directions, creating a disorienting visual effect. At the center stood my doppelganger, head tilted backward at an impossible angle, mouth open in a silent scream. I realized then that my mother's house wasn't their target. I was. They had herded me here, isolated me. The incorporation they sought required proximity, physical contact. As long as I remained inside, I was temporarily safe. But the map suggested something larger was unfolding at River Point Park. Whatever emergence they planned culminated there, at the caves. If I wanted answers, if there was any hope of stopping this, I needed to reach that location. The house had a rear exit through the kitchen, leading to an alley behind the property. If I could reach my car undetected, I might escape the congregation outside. As darkness fell completely, I prepared to make my attempt, gathering improvised weapons, a kitchen knife, a heavy flashlight, a can of wasp spray that might disorient them temporarily. At precisely 9:17 p.m., a sound like thunder rolled across the sky, though no lightning followed. The crowd outside went completely still, then raised their faces toward the heavens in perfect unison. In that moment of distraction, I slipped out the back door and ran. River Point Park was deserted when I arrived, the entrance gate hanging open despite the late hour. No ranger manned the security booth. No other vehicles occupied the parking area. The forest beyond the trailhead was absolute darkness, the moon and stars obscured by unnatural cloud cover. I retrieved a flashlight from my glove compartment and began walking the main trail, the same path Jamie and I had taken weeks earlier when we encountered the deer. The familiar landscape had transformed in darkness, benign landmarks becoming ominous silhouettes against the night sky. As I ventured deeper into the forest, I became aware of movement among the trees, not the expected rustling of nocturnal animals, but deliberate, coordinated motion. Figures paced alongside the trail, maintaining distance but matching my speed precisely. My flashlight beam occasionally caught reflective eyes watching from the underbrush. The trail eventually forked, one path continuing toward the river, the other leading toward the limestone formations that housed the caves. I took the latter, the ground gradually rising as I approached the rocky outcroppings that dominated this section of the park. The cave entrance was larger than I remembered from childhood visits, a yawning mouth in the hillside, exhaling cool, damp air that carried an organic, almost meaty smell. Unlike the absolute darkness of the forest, a faint phosphorescence emanated from within the cave, casting sickly green light onto the surrounding rocks. I hesitated at the threshold, every instinct warning against entering. But answers lay within, about Winston, about Jamie and my mother, about the nature of the entities that had infiltrated our community. Drawing a deep breath, I stepped inside. The main passage descended gradually, the walls transitioning from rough-hewn rock to something smoother, almost polished. The phosphorescent light grew stronger as I progressed, emanating not from artificial sources but from the stone itself, pulsing with a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. After approximately 200 yards, the passage opened into a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in darkness despite the eerie glow. The floor had been cleared of debris and smoothed to create a perfect circle, at the center of which stood a structure that defied description, part organic, part mineral, resembling both a massive fungal growth and a crystalline formation. Surrounding this central structure were hundreds of figures, human in basic shape but moving with that now familiar wrongness. They stood in concentric circles, rotating slowly, their movements creating complex patterns across the chamber floor. Among them, I recognized faces: Jamie, my mother, neighbors, even the desk clerk from the Pineview Hotel. At the base of the central structure knelt my doppelganger, head bowed as if in prayer or submission. As I watched from the passage entrance, it raised its face toward the apex of the formation and began to speak, not in English or any human language, but in a series of clicks, croaks, and undulating tones reminiscent of Winston's final vocalizations. The formation responded, sections of its surface rippling and changing color. The gathered figures began moving faster, their circles tightening around the central structure. From within the formation came a deep, resonant pulse that I felt rather than heard, vibrating through the stone beneath my feet. I remained frozen, overwhelmed by the scale of what I was witnessing. This wasn't just an infiltration, it was a convergence, perhaps even a birth. The watchers Wilson had described were assembling for something unprecedented in their cycle. As if sensing my presence, my doppelganger turned, its face splitting into a grotesque approximation of a smile. "You're here," it said, its voice echoing unnaturally in the chamber. "The final observer, the last perspective we needed." The rotating circles parted, creating a direct path between me and the central structure. My doppelganger gestured invitingly. "Join us," it continued. "Complete the cycle. Witness the emergence." "What emergence?" I demanded, remaining at the passage entrance. "What are you?" "We are the first inhabitants," my double replied. "Before your kind walked upright, we watched from below. We studied. We waited. Every 7 years we emerge to observe your progress, to incorporate your innovations into our collective." It approached slowly, its movements becoming more human-like, more convincingly identical to my own. "This cycle is different," it explained. "You've reached a threshold, technology, consciousness, potential. We no longer merely observe. Now we join." The central structure pulsed more intensely, sections of its surface becoming transparent to reveal a churning mass within, something vast and incomprehensibly complex, neither fully solid nor liquid. "Your mother understood," my doppelganger continued. "So did your friend. They contributed willingly once they saw the truth. You're the final component, the resistant perspective, the skeptic. We need your understanding to complete our model." It extended a hand that appeared perfectly human. "It doesn't hurt," it assured me. "Incorporation preserves what matters, memories, connections, experiences. Only the vessel changes." For a moment I almost believed it, the promise of answers, of resolution, of reunion with those I'd lost to this process. But then I recalled Winston's eyes in his final days, the fundamental wrongness I'd sensed from the beginning. "No," I said firmly, backing toward the passage. "Whatever you're becoming, whatever emergence you're planning, it's not mine to join." My double's expression hardened, its features shifting subtly into something less human. "You misunderstand," it said, voice deepening. "Incorporation isn't optional, the cycle must complete." The rotating circles of figures began closing in, their movements accelerating. From the central structure came a sound like tearing fabric, massive and reverberating throughout the chamber. The thing within was emerging, with or without my participation. I turned and ran, retracing my steps through the passage, pursued by the sound of hundreds of feet moving in perfect unison. Behind me, the phosphorescent light intensified, casting my shadow long and distorted before me. Emerging from the cave, I found the forest transformed. Every tree, every bush, every blade of grass stood perfectly still, despite a rising wind. The clouds above had formed a spiral directly over the cave entrance, rotating in the same pattern as the figures within the chamber. I reached my car as the ground began to tremble. Starting the engine, I caught a final glimpse of the cave entrance in my rearview mirror, a bloom of that sickly green light erupting outward, engulfing the surrounding forest. Within that light moved shapes too vast, too fundamentally wrong to comprehend. As I drove away from River Point Park, away from the town where I'd spent my entire life, I understood that what I'd witnessed wasn't just a local phenomenon. The watchers had been present globally, emerging in 7-year cycles throughout human history. What happened tonight would spread, had perhaps already spread, far beyond our small community. I drive now with no destination in mind, only distance. The radio broadcasts continue normally. The few gas stations I've stopped at operate as they always have. But I notice details. The cashier's slightly too precise movements, the identical postures of patrons at roadside diners, the way certain people track my movements with too intense focus. The incorporation continues, spreading outward from that cave like ripples in a pond. I don't know if resistance is possible, or if the process can be reversed. I only know that I remain unincorporated, an observer to whatever this new phase represents. Sometimes, in unguarded moments, I find myself standing perfectly still, arms hanging at my sides, head tilted at a slight angle, mimicking their posture unconsciously. In motel bathrooms, I study my reflection carefully, searching for signs of change, of wrongness. So far, I remain myself. But the scratches have followed me. 3 parallel marks appearing on motel doors, on my car's hood, on walls where I've slept. They're watching still, waiting for the moment my vigilance falters. The cycle has completed. The emergence has begun. And I, the final unincorporated observer, record these events as testament to what came before and warning of what follows. God help us all. I remember cramming into the rusted sedan with my 3 closest friends on that sweltering August afternoon in 2019, when I was 22 and convinced that courage could be summoned simply by pretending it existed. The vinyl seats stuck to our backs as we loaded camping gear into the trunk, and anticipation mixed with something heavier in the humid air. We had no concrete destination planned, we rarely did back then, which made every venture feel like we were tempting fate itself. Marcus slammed the driver's side door and cranked the engine, his usual cocksure grin already plastered across his face. At 23, he was the designated driver for most of our adventures, mainly because his car was the only one that could reliably make it more than 50 miles from town. Vanessa climbed into the passenger seat, adjusting the rearview mirror to check her makeup one final time, though I knew she was really scanning for any signs of second thoughts in her own eyes. At 21, she was the practical one among us, always carrying extra supplies and asking the questions the rest of us were too proud to voice. Jade settled in beside me in the back, her dark hair already escaping from its ponytail in the oppressive heat. She was the youngest at 20, but something about her always seemed older, more attuned to dangers the rest of us missed entirely. The road leading toward what locals called the Deep Woods was a deteriorating ribbon of asphalt that municipal services had apparently forgotten decades ago. Weeds erupted through every crack, creating a green carpet that our tires crushed with wet organic sounds. Marcus kept making jokes about missing hikers and bodies buried in shallow graves, his voice carrying that forced lightness people use when they're trying to convince themselves they're not nervous. None of us laughed genuinely, but we manufactured chuckles anyway, like we were all participating in some unspoken agreement to maintain the illusion of bravery. "Remember that story about the family that went missing out here in '92? Marcus called over the rattling air conditioning. They found their car 3 weeks later, but never found them. "That's just urban legend crap," Vanessa replied, but her knuckles were white where she gripped the door handle. "Sure it is," Jade murmured from beside me, her voice barely audible over the engine noise. "That's what they always say until it happens to you." I felt my stomach clench as we passed a hand-painted sign so weathered I could barely make out the words, "Private property, no trespassing, violators will be prosecuted." The paint was rust-colored and peeling, giving it the appearance of dried blood flaking away from bone-white wood. Someone had taken a shotgun to it at some point, leaving jagged holes that made the letters look like they were screaming. By the time Marcus found a spot where the tree line created enough shadow to hide the car from any passing patrol vehicles, the sun was beginning its descent toward the horizon, casting everything in that particular golden light that photographers love, but that has always made me uneasy. There's something about that time of day that makes ordinary objects look ominous, transforms familiar shapes into potential threats lurking just beyond clear vision. The cornfields stretched out on both sides of us like walls built by some agricultural architect with claustrophobic intentions. The stalks stood nearly 8 feet tall, their broad leaves rustling with each breath of wind in a sound like whispered secrets. We shouldered our packs and began walking directly into the maze of green, following what might have been a deer path or might have been something else entirely. My legs immediately began collecting scratches from the rough corn leaves, and I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see a figure following us between the rows. The rational part of my mind knew this was ridiculous. We were just walking through farmland, nothing more threatening than insects and maybe a startled raccoon. But rational thought has a way of evaporating when you're surrounded by something that blocks your view in every direction. Vanessa kept swatting at mosquitoes and flies that seemed to materialize from nowhere, her breathing becoming labored in the thick, humid air trapped between the corn rows. Every time she flinched or slapped at her neck, I felt my own tension ratchet up another notch, like we were all connected by invisible wires that transmitted fear as efficiently as copper conducts electricity. "Jesus, how far does this corn go?" she panted after we'd been walking for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes. "Don't use the Lord's name in vain," Jade said quietly, though there was no reproach in her voice, just an automatic correction born from childhood habit. "Sorry, how far does this stuff go?" Vanessa amended. "According to the map, we should hit the tree line soon," I said, trying to project confidence I didn't feel. Being the one who'd suggested this expedition, I felt responsible for everyone's safety, a burden that seemed to grow heavier with each step deeper into the unknown. The corn finally gave way to actual forest, and I felt momentarily relieved until I realized that the trees presented their own form of claustrophobia. Ancient oaks and maples created a canopy so thick that the temperature dropped immediately, and the quality of light shifted from warm gold to a greenish-gray twilight that made everything look underwater. We followed what appeared to be a game trail, though it was barely more than a depression in the accumulated leaves and organic debris of countless seasons. My boots caught on twisted roots and hidden rocks with alarming regularity, and more than once I had to grab onto low-hanging branches to keep from falling face first into the undergrowth. The others were having similar difficulties, but none of us wanted to be the first to suggest turning back. "Pride has killed more people than bullets," my grandfather used to say, and I was beginning to understand what he meant. After stumbling through increasingly dense forest for over an hour, we finally discovered what could generously be called a clearing. Really just a patch of ground where the trees stood far enough apart that we could set up a tent without having to move fallen logs. The space felt carved out rather than natural, as if something large had bulldozed through the forest and left this hollow behind. Even in daylight, something about the area felt wrong, like we were trespassing in a space that had been claimed by something else long before we arrived. Marcus immediately began wrestling with tent poles, cursing under his breath each time a stake refused to penetrate the hard-packed earth. The ground beneath our feet felt strange, too solid, too uniform, as if it had been compressed by heavy machinery or trampled by something much larger than deer. When I knelt to help with the tent stakes, I noticed that the soil had an unusual reddish tint that didn't match the brown earth we'd been walking on during our hike. "This dirt looks weird," I mentioned to Jade, who was gathering fallen branches for kindling. She crouched beside me and ran her fingers through the soil, then held them up to examine the residue. "It's like clay, but wrong somehow, and it smells—" She paused, sniffing her fingertips. "It smells like iron." Vanessa had wandered to the edge of our makeshift campsite, where she stood with her arms wrapped around herself despite the lingering heat of the day. "Guys," she called softly, "come look at this." We joined her at what she was examining, a tree trunk that stood just beyond the perimeter of our clearing. Deep gouges scarred the bark, running from about 7 feet high down to the root level. The marks were too regular to be natural damage, too deep to be made by any animal I could identify. Each gouge was roughly parallel to the others, spaced about 2 inches apart, as if something with multiple claws had raked down the entire length of the tree. "Bear?" Marcus suggested, but his voice carried no conviction. "Wrong pattern," Jade said immediately. "Bear claws would be closer together, and they'd dig in at different angles. These look almost deliberate." I ran my hand over the gouges, feeling how the wood had been torn rather than cut. Whatever had made these marks had done so with tremendous force, peeling away bark and digging into the hardwood beneath. The scars were old, weathered gray where the raw wood had been exposed to seasons of rain and sun, but not ancient. Maybe a year or two at most. As we worked to set up our camp, I kept noticing similar markings on other trees around the clearing, always at roughly the same height, always with that same parallel pattern, always oriented toward our campsite as if whatever had made them had been circling this exact spot. I didn't point out these additional marks to the others, not wanting to escalate the unease that was already settling over our group like fog. The sun disappeared with the sudden finality that happens in heavily wooded areas, and the temperature plummeted at least 15 degrees within the span of 20 minutes. We huddled around our small fire, feeding it twigs and dry leaves while trying to ignore the wall of absolute blackness that pressed in around our tiny circle of light. In the city, darkness is never complete. Streetlights, house lights, car headlights create a continuous glow that makes night feel manageable. But here, beyond the reach of our fire, the darkness was so total it seemed solid, like a black curtain we could reach out and touch. "Remember camping when we were kids?" Vanessa said, clearly trying to maintain some sense of normalcy. "Everything seemed so much less—" She gestured vaguely at the surrounding void. "Threatening?" I supplied. "I was going to say huge. When you're 8 years old, camping in your backyard feels like a major adventure. Now actual wilderness feels like it wants to eat us," Marcus finished, tossing another branch onto the fire. The flames leaped higher, pushing back the darkness by maybe another foot or two. That's when we heard the first sound. It came from somewhere beyond the firelight, a soft rustling that could have been wind in the leaves, except there was no wind. The air was completely still, so still that our fire burned straight up without even a flicker. The rustling continued for several seconds, then stopped abruptly, as if whatever was making the sound had suddenly become aware of our attention. We sat in perfect silence, straining to hear anything else. My heart was beating so loudly I was sure the others could hear it. After what felt like several minutes, the rustling resumed, but from a different direction this time. It moved in a slow arc around our campsite, never coming close enough for us to see anything, but maintaining a consistent distance, like something walking in a careful circle. "Raccoon," Marcus said, but his voice was barely above a whisper. "Raccoons don't move like that," Jade replied. "They're not that methodical." The circling continued for nearly half an hour. Sometimes the sound stopped entirely for long stretches, leaving us wondering if whatever was out there had moved on. But then they would resume from yet another direction, always the same distance away, always moving with that same deliberate, unhurried pace. Then came the breaking branches. The first one snapped somewhere to our left, a sound like a gunshot in the still air. It was followed immediately by another, then another, each one closer than the last. These weren't small twigs breaking under the weight of a squirrel or bird. These were substantial branches, the kind that require significant force to break. "Okay, that's definitely not a raccoon," Vanessa said, her voice tight with barely controlled panic. I grabbed my flashlight and swept the beam toward the sounds, but the light seemed to die just a few feet beyond our fire, swallowed by the darkness like it was being absorbed by something hungry. The breaking sound stopped the moment I turned on the flashlight, but I could swear I saw something moving just at the edge of the beam's reach, a shape too large and too upright to be any forest animal I knew about. "Turn it off," Jade hissed. "You're just making us a target." I clicked off the flashlight, and we sat in tense silence. The fire suddenly seemed pitifully small, a candle trying to hold back an ocean of darkness. Minutes passed with no sound except our own breathing and the soft crackling of burning wood. Then we heard footsteps, not the padding of animal paws or the scratching of claws on leaves, but actual footsteps, the deliberate placement of feet moving through the forest with obvious intelligence and purpose. They came from directly behind me, close enough that I could hear individual leaves crunching under what sounded like boots or heavy shoes. I started to turn around, but Jade's hand shot out and grabbed my wrist. "Don't," she whispered so quietly I almost missed it. "Don't turn around. Don't look. Just sit still." The footsteps continued, passing behind us so close I could have reached out and touched whatever was making them. They were heavy, measured, like someone walking with complete confidence despite the darkness and rough terrain. As they passed, I caught a scent that made my stomach clench. Not the clean smell of pine and earth I'd been breathing all day, but something organic and rotten, like meat left in the sun too long. The footsteps continued around our campsite in the same wide circle the earlier sounds had followed, but this time there was no pretense of stealth. Whatever was out there wanted us to know it was there, wanted us to hear every deliberate step as it catalogued our position, our numbers, our level of fear. "We need to leave," Vanessa said, her voice shaking. "Right now. We need to pack up and get out of here." "In the dark?" Marcus asked. "Through those woods? We'll get lost, or hurt, or worse," I finished, because the alternative was becoming clear to all of us. Whatever was circling our camp wasn't just curious wildlife. It was intelligent, patient, and had been watching us since we arrived. Maybe longer. The footsteps stopped directly in front of our campsite, just beyond the reach of our firelight. We stared into the darkness, knowing something was staring back at us, evaluating us, deciding what to do with us. I found myself holding my breath, afraid that even the sound of breathing might provoke whatever was out there into action. Then, from the darkness just yards away, came a sound that turned my blood to ice water in my veins. The slow, deliberate sound of someone clapping their hands. Clap, clap, clap. 3 slow, mocking claps, like applause for a performance we didn't know we'd been giving. That's when we ran. We abandoned everything except what we could grab in the first seconds of pure terror. Flashlights, car keys, whatever was within arm's reach, as we scattered from our campsite like startled animals. The fire continued burning behind us as we crashed into the forest, our panic making us loud and clumsy as we stumbled over roots and slammed into low branches that seemed to reach out specifically to catch our clothes and scratch our faces. I could hear the others behind me, their breathing harsh and labored as we tried to retrace our path in complete darkness. My flashlight beam jumped wildly with each running step, creating a disorienting strobe effect that made the forest look like something from a nightmare. Trees appeared and disappeared in the bouncing light, and I kept expecting to see a figure standing motionless among them, watching our retreat with amusement. "Stay together," I yelled over my shoulder, though I wasn't sure if the others could hear me over the sound of their own crashing progress through the undergrowth. The beam of my flashlight caught Vanessa's face for a moment, her eyes wide with terror, a long scratch bleeding down her left cheek where a branch had caught her. We reached what I thought was the edge of the forest and plunged into what should have been the cornfield we'd walked through earlier. But something was wrong. The corn was taller than I remembered, and thicker, and the rows seemed to run in different directions than they had during our afternoon hike. My rational mind tried to tell me that corn all looks the same in the dark, that panic was making me confused and disoriented. But deep down, I knew we weren't in the same field we'd entered through. The corn stalks pressed in around us like living walls, their leaves rustling with every movement in a susurrating whisper that sounded almost like voices. The rows were so narrow we had to walk single file, and I could hear Marcus behind me cursing as he tried to force his way through stalks that seemed determined to block his passage. "Which way?" Vanessa called out, her voice muffled by the corn and tight with barely controlled hysteria. I stopped and tried to get my bearings, sweeping my flashlight beam in all directions. But every direction looked identical, endless rows of corn stretching away into darkness. The logical thing would have been to pick a direction and stick with it, but logic was in short supply. The corn seemed to be moving around us, rustling and shifting even when there was no wind, and I kept catching glimpses of movement between the rows that might have been shadows or might have been something else entirely. "This way," I said, picking a direction at random and hoping I sounded more confident than I felt. We began pushing through the corn again, the stalks scratching at our arms and faces with what felt like deliberate malice. The ground beneath our feet was soft and spongy, like we were walking on a carpet of decomposing organic matter. With each step, my boots sank slightly into the earth, and I could smell the rich, cloying scent of rot rising from the disturbed soil. That's when I realized we weren't alone in the corn. The sound started subtly, a rustling that didn't match our own movement, footsteps that seemed to echo our own but came from just slightly the wrong direction. At first, I tried to convince myself it was just the acoustics of being surrounded by tall plants, the way sound bounces and reflects in confined spaces. But as we continued walking, the sounds became more distinct, more obviously separate from our own noise. Something was pacing us, moving parallel to our path through the corn. Worse, it sounded like multiple somethings, footsteps coming from our left, our right, behind us. We were being herded, guided through the maze of corn like livestock being driven toward a slaughter pen. "Do you hear that?" Jade whispered, her voice so quiet I almost missed it. "Yeah," I replied, not wanting to elaborate because I was afraid that speaking our fears aloud would somehow make them more real, more dangerous. The sounds grew bolder as we continued walking. Branches snapped deliberately, stalks were pushed aside with obvious force, and occasionally I would hear what sounded like heavy breathing coming from just a few rows away. My flashlight was starting to dim, the battery weakening from overuse, and the beam was no longer strong enough to penetrate very far into the corn. We were walking through an increasingly small bubble of yellow light surrounded by an ocean of rustling, moving darkness. Then Vanessa screamed. It wasn't a scream of surprise or fear, but of pure terror, the sound a person makes when they see something that fundamentally violates their understanding of what's possible in the world. I spun around and saw her pointing at something between the corn rows behind us, her face white in the dying light of my flashlight. "There's someone there," she shrieked, "standing right there, just watching us." I directed my light toward where she was pointing, but I saw only corn stalks swaying gently as if something had just moved away. The absence was somehow more terrifying than a presence would have been. It meant that whatever she'd seen had moved with inhuman speed the moment my light touched it. "We need to run," Marcus said, his voice absolutely flat. "Right now. We need to run as fast as we can and not stop until we reach the car." We ran. We crashed through the corn like wild animals, no longer caring about the direction, just desperate to get away from whatever was hunting us through the maze of stalks. Corn leaves slashed at our faces and arms, leaving long, stinging cuts. But the pain was nothing compared to the terror that drove us forward. Behind us, the sounds of pursuit grew louder and more aggressive, multiple sets of footsteps converging on our path, branches breaking as heavy bodies forced their way through the corn. My flashlight finally died completely, plunging us into absolute darkness. We kept running anyway, guided only by the sound of each other's movement and the desperate hope that we were heading toward safety rather than deeper into danger. I could hear Jade sobbing as she ran, and Marcus was making a low, keening sound like a wounded animal. Then suddenly, we burst out of the corn onto what felt like a gravel road. The relief was so intense it made my knees weak, and I stumbled and nearly fell as my boots hit the hard surface. We stood there gasping, looking back at the wall of corn we'd just escaped from. In the starlight, the stalks looked innocent, almost peaceful, swaying gently in a breeze that hadn't existed while we were trapped among them. "The car," Vanessa panted. "Where's the car?" We looked around frantically, trying to get our bearings on the unfamiliar road. Nothing looked right. The trees were wrong. The road surface was different. Even the smell of the air had changed. We weren't where we were supposed to be, but we were out of the corn, and that was all that mattered. We started walking along the road, staying close together and jumping at every small sound. My heart was still hammering against my ribs, and I kept looking over my shoulder at the corn, expecting to see figures emerging from between the stalks. But the corn remained still and silent, as if it had never contained anything more threatening than field mice and insects. It took us nearly an hour of walking to find Marcus's car, sitting exactly where we'd left it, but somehow looking different in the darkness, smaller, more vulnerable, like a child's toy abandoned in a vast and hostile landscape. We piled into it without speaking, and Marcus started the engine with hands that shook so badly he had trouble getting the key into the ignition. As we drove away, I looked back one last time at the corn and the dark line of trees beyond it. For just a moment, I thought I saw lights moving between the stalks, not flashlights or any kind of artificial illumination, but a cold, blue-white glow that seemed to pulse with its own rhythm. Then we rounded a curve in the road, and the lights disappeared behind us. None of us spoke during the drive home. What was there to say? That we'd been hunted through a cornfield by something that shouldn't exist? That we'd abandoned our camping gear and fled like cowards from shadows and sound effects? Better to pretend it had all been panic and imagination. That morning would reveal rational explanations for everything we'd experienced. But I knew, even as I tried to convince myself otherwise, that we would have to go back. Our tents, sleeping bags, and most of our camping equipment were still out there in that clearing, and we couldn't afford to replace everything. More than that, some part of me needed to prove that what we'd experienced had been nothing more than overactive imaginations and the disorienting effects of darkness in an unfamiliar place. I was wrong about a lot of things that night, but I was absolutely right about one. We would have to go back. And when we did, we would discover that our nightmare was just beginning. Marcus showed up at my apartment at 6 a.m, standing on my doorstep with bags under his eyes and his hair still sticking up at odd angles. He looked like he'd slept about as well as I had, which is to say, not at all. I'd spent the night staring at the ceiling, replaying every sound and shadow from our disastrous camping trip, trying to convince myself that daylight would strip away the terror and reveal simple, rational explanations for everything we'd experienced. "We have to go back," he said without preamble, holding up his car keys. "I can't stop thinking about our gear. That tent cost me $300, and my sleeping bag was a graduation gift from my mom. Plus, Vanessa left her backpack with her medication in it." I nodded, having reached the same conclusion during my sleepless night. Beyond the practical considerations, I needed to prove to myself that we'd been victims of our own imagination, that the terrors of the previous night would evaporate under the harsh light of day, like morning frost on grass. We collected Vanessa and Jade without much discussion. Both looked as haggard as we felt, but neither protested when we explained our plan. There's something about shared trauma that creates its own momentum. We were bound together now by what we'd experienced, and we would face the aftermath together as well. The drive back to the woods felt different in daylight. The road that had seemed so ominous the day before now looked mundane, just another rural backwater that county maintenance had forgotten. The cornfields were just cornfields, green and ordinary in the morning sun. Farm equipment moved in the distance, and I could see a house with smoke rising from its chimney. Normal signs of human habitation that made our panic from the night before seem ridiculous. "God, it looks so different," Vanessa said, echoing my thoughts. She was sitting in the passenger seat, applying concealer to the scratches on her face with the help of the visor mirror. "How did we get so freaked out by this place?" "Darkness plays tricks on your mind," Marcus replied, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. He wanted to believe it as much as the rest of us, but belief and knowing are different things entirely. We parked in the same spot and began retracing our steps into the forest. The game trail that had seemed so treacherous in the dark was clearly visible now, marked by our own footprints from the day before and lined with broken branches where we'd forced our way through in our panicked retreat. Everything looked smaller in daylight, the trees less imposing, the shadows less threatening, the overall atmosphere more like a nature preserve than a haunted wilderness. "There," Jade pointed ahead. "I can see the clearing." She was right. Through the trees, I could make out the small open space where we'd attempted to set up our camp. Even from a distance, I could see the blackened remains of our fire pit and what looked like scattered equipment. We'd definitely found the right place. But as we got closer, something felt wrong. The clearing looked different than I remembered, though I couldn't immediately put my finger on what had changed. The trees surrounding it seemed to lean in more sharply, creating deeper shadows despite the morning sun. The ground itself appeared darker, almost black in some spots, as if something had stained the earth during the night. Our camping gear was scattered across the clearing in a pattern that made no sense. The tent had been completely collapsed, but not in the way a tent falls when the stakes are pulled up or the poles collapse. It looked like something heavy had walked across it, leaving deep impressions in the fabric. My sleeping bag was hanging from a tree branch 15 feet off the ground, torn open so that synthetic filling drifted down like snow. Vanessa's backpack had been ripped apart, its contents strewn across the clearing as if someone had been searching for something specific. "Animals," Marcus said, but his voice carried no conviction. Bears, maybe, or raccoons looking for food? I knelt beside the remains of our fire pit and immediately saw something that made my stomach clench. Mixed in with the cold ashes were what looked like bones, small ones, like from birds or squirrels, but burned black and arranged in patterns that couldn't possibly be natural. Someone or something had been using our fire after we fled, feeding it with fuel we definitely hadn't left behind. "Guys," Vanessa called from the edge of the clearing, "look at this." We joined her where she stood beside one of the larger oak trees. The trunk was covered with fresh gouges, similar to the ones we'd noticed the day before, but deeper and more extensive. These marks were definitely new. Sap was still bleeding from the wounds, and I could smell the sharp, clean scent of freshly damaged wood. "Something was here after we left," Jade said quietly. "Something big and strong and really, really angry." That's when we heard the voice calling from deeper in the forest. "Marco!" The word drifted through the trees, clear and unmistakable. A human voice, definitely, but there was something off about it. The tone was too cheerful, too playful for the circumstances. It sounded like someone inviting us to join a game, but the underlying current suggested it was a game we wouldn't enjoy playing. We looked at each other, and I could see the same question in everyone's eyes. Should we investigate, or should we grab what we could salvage from our gear and get out of there immediately? "It's just someone else camping," Marcus said, though he made no move toward the sound. "Maybe they can help us figure out what happened to our stuff. Or maybe they're the ones who destroyed our stuff," Vanessa countered. The voice came again, from a slightly different direction this time. "Marco." Against every instinct screaming at me to leave immediately, I found myself curious. In full daylight, surrounded by my friends, with houses and farms not more than a few miles away, how dangerous could one person calling out in the woods really be? "Polo!" I shouted back before I could stop myself. The forest went completely silent. No birds, no insects, no rustling of leaves in the breeze. It was as if the entire ecosystem had suddenly held its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Then, from much closer than the original voice had been, "Marco!" This time, the playful tone was gone. The voice was flat, neutral, almost mechanical in its lack of emotion. And it was definitely closer, maybe 50 yards away instead of the 100 or more the first call had seemed to come from. "We should go," Jade said, grabbing my arm. "Right now. We should take whatever we can carry and get out of here." But I was already calling back, "Polo!" I don't know what compelled me to continue the game. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was the same stubborn pride that had gotten us into this situation in the first place. Or maybe something else was influencing my decisions in ways I didn't understand. Whatever the reason, I found myself leading our group deeper into the forest, following the voice as it continued to call out Marco from different locations. Each response seemed to come from closer than the last, and each time the voice sounded less human. The playful quality disappeared entirely, replaced by something cold and mechanical, like a recording being played through speakers hidden among the trees. But we kept following, drawn by a compulsion that felt stronger than mere curiosity. The trees grew thicker as we went deeper, and the canopy overhead became so dense that it felt like walking through a green tunnel. The air grew cooler and took on a musty smell, like old newspapers stored in a damp basement. Our footsteps seemed unnaturally loud on the forest floor, and I noticed that we weren't hearing any of the normal sounds you'd expect in a healthy ecosystem. No birdsong, no buzzing insects, no small animals scurrying through the undergrowth. "Marco." The voice was very close now, maybe 20 yards ahead of us. "Polo," I replied automatically, though by now my heart was hammering and every nerve in my body was screaming warnings. "Marco." This time the voice came from behind us. We spun around but saw nothing except the green tunnel of forest we'd just walked through. When we turned back toward our original direction, there was someone standing in the shadows between the trees. At least I thought it was someone. The figure was roughly human-shaped but wrong in ways that made my eyes hurt to look at directly. It stood too still like a mannequin, but there were subtle movements that suggested life, a slight swaying, like someone trying to maintain balance on an unsteady surface. "Found you," the figure said. and its voice was nothing like the playful calls that had lured us deeper into the forest. This voice was dry and hollow, like wind blowing through empty spaces. That's when we ran again, crashing back through the forest toward what we hoped was the direction of our cars. But the trees seemed to shift around us, and paths that had been clear moments before were now blocked by fallen logs or thick tangles of undergrowth. We were lost, disoriented, and being hunted by something that played games with human voices, but was definitely not human itself. The forest had changed around us, and we were no longer the hunters returning to reclaim our possessions. We had become the prey. We ran blindly through the increasingly dense forest, branches whipping across our faces and roots catching our feet with every step. Behind us, I could hear that voice continuing to call out Marco at regular intervals, but now it was coming from multiple directions simultaneously, as if whatever was hunting us had multiplied, or as if the forest itself had learned to mimic human speech and was using it to confuse and disorient us. My lungs burned as we crashed through undergrowth that seemed determined to slow our progress. Thorns caught at our clothing, and low-hanging branches formed barriers that we had to duck under or push aside. The forest was actively working against us, or at least that's how it felt as we struggled to find our way back to familiar territory. "Stop," Jade gasped, grabbing onto a tree trunk to support herself. "We're just going in circles. Listen." We paused, breathing heavily, and tried to get our bearings. She was right. The voices calling Marco were coming from all around us now, sometimes from ground level, sometimes from high up in the trees, sometimes from what sounded like underground. The calls had multiplied and changed, becoming a twisted chorus that bore no resemblance to the single playful voice we'd initially heard. "What the hell is that?" Vanessa whispered, her face pale and streaked with sweat. I couldn't answer because I didn't have an answer that made any sense. The rational part of my mind kept trying to find explanations. Maybe it was a group of people playing an elaborate prank, or maybe we'd stumbled into some kind of military training exercise, or maybe we were all suffering from shared hysteria brought on by the stress of our previous night's experience. But none of those explanations felt adequate to explain what we were hearing. The voices were wrong in fundamental ways that went beyond simple deception. They had the rhythm and intonation of human speech, but lacked the organic quality that comes from actual vocal cords and breath passing through living throats. It was like listening to a computer trying to imitate human conversation, technically accurate, but missing some essential quality that would make it convincing. "Polo," came a whispered response from somewhere very close to us. We hadn't called out Marco. The voices were now responding to each other, carrying on conversations that followed the rules of the children's game but existed independent of our participation. We had become observers to something that was using our game as a framework for its own incomprehensible purposes. "We need to find the fence," I said, trying to recall the layout of the forest from our previous day's exploration. "Remember the barbed wire fence we saw? If we can find that, we can follow it back to familiar territory." It was a desperate plan, but it was better than standing still while those voices closed in around us from every direction. We began moving again, trying to stay quiet while searching for any sign of the rusted fence that had marked the boundary of the abandoned property we'd glimpsed earlier. The voices followed us, maintaining their impossible conversation of Marco and Polo calls that seemed to come from creatures that could move through the forest without making any other sound. No footsteps, no rustling of leaves, no breaking of branches, just those hollow, mechanical voices drifting through the trees like radio signals from another dimension. Then Marcus grabbed my arm and pointed ahead. "There," he whispered. Through the trees I could see the dull glint of rusted metal, the barbed wire fence we'd encountered during our previous exploration. It looked exactly the same as before, sagging and overgrown with vines, marking the boundary of what had once been someone's property, but was now just another section of abandoned wilderness. We approached the fence cautiously, aware that the voices had gone silent. The sudden absence of sound was somehow more unsettling than the chorus of calls had been. At least when they were calling out, we knew approximately where they were. Now they could be anywhere, watching us from concealment while we tried to find our way to safety. The fence stretched away in both directions, disappearing into the forest. If we followed it, we would eventually reach either a road or another boundary marker that might help us orient ourselves. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was the only plan we had. We began walking parallel to the fence line, staying just inside the forest to avoid getting tangled in the barbed wire, but keeping the metal strands in sight as our guide. The going was easier here. Whoever had originally installed the fence had cleared a corridor on both sides, and though it was now overgrown, the vegetation was less dense than in the deeper forest. After maybe 10 minutes of walking, we came to a section where the fence had been deliberately cut. The wire strands hung loose and the wooden posts had been pushed aside to create an opening wide enough for people to pass through easily. The cuts in the wire were clean and recent, made with proper tools rather than damaged by weather or age. "Someone's been maintaining this," Jade observed, running her finger along one of the cut wire ends. "This wasn't done years ago. This is recent." Beyond the gap in the fence, we could see what remained of the building foundation we'd glimpsed the day before. But in full daylight, it looked different than it had during our previous brief encounter. What I had initially taken for the remains of an old farmhouse or barn was actually something larger and more complex. The foundation of what might have been a small compound, with multiple rooms and corridors visible in the weathered concrete and stone. More importantly, there were obvious signs of recent human activity. Fresh tire tracks in the soft earth near the foundation, cigarette butts that hadn't been weathered by rain, and what looked like the remains of recent campfires in several of the ruined rooms. Someone had been using this place regularly and recently. "Drug dealers," Marcus said immediately. "Has to be. Remote location, abandoned buildings, cut fence for easy access. We stumbled into somebody's operation." It was a rational explanation, and one that made the previous night's encounters take on a much more sinister significance. If this was indeed some kind of illegal operation, then the sounds we'd heard in the forest might not have been anything supernatural at all, just people trying to scare us away from an area they wanted to keep secret. But that didn't explain the voices we'd just heard, or the way they'd seemed to come from impossible locations, or the mechanical quality that had made them sound like recordings rather than live speech. "We should go," Vanessa said. "Right now. If this is what I think it is, we don't want to be anywhere near here when whoever uses this place comes back." She was absolutely right, but as we started to turn away from the ruined foundation, I heard something that made me freeze in place. "Help me." The voice was different from the mechanical Marco Polo calls we'd been hearing. This one sounded genuinely human, weak, scared, and coming from somewhere within the ruins themselves. It was the voice of someone in real distress, someone who might have been injured or trapped in the abandoned buildings. "Please," the voice called again. "I'm hurt. I can't get out." I looked at the others and saw the same conflict reflected in their faces. Every instinct told us to run, to get as far away from this place as possible before we encountered whatever was responsible for the strange voices and the obvious signs of recent activity. But there was someone in those ruins who needed help, someone who might die if we simply walked away. "It could be a trap," Jade said quietly, voicing what we were all thinking. "Or it could be someone who really needs help," I replied. The voice called out again, weaker this time. "Please, I think my leg is broken. I've been here all night." That decided it for me. I couldn't walk away from someone who might be genuinely injured, regardless of how dangerous the situation might be. "We have to check," I said. "But we stay together, we stay alert, and if anything feels wrong, we run." We climbed through the gap in the fence and approached the ruined foundation cautiously, scanning for any sign of movement or concealment. The tire tracks were definitely fresh, probably made within the last day or two, and I could smell cigarette smoke lingering in the air, as if someone had been smoking here very recently. "Where are you?" I called out to the voice. "Down here," came the reply from what looked like a cellar or basement area beneath the main foundation. I fell through some boards. I think there's something wrong with my leg." We found the opening the voice was coming from, a gap in the floor where old wooden planks had rotted through, creating a hole that dropped down into darkness. I could see rough stone walls disappearing into shadows, suggesting that the basement area was much larger than the foundation above ground would indicate. I turned on my phone's flashlight and directed the beam down into the opening. The light revealed a chamber that extended farther than I could see, with stone walls that looked much older than the relatively recent foundation above. This wasn't just a basement. It was some kind of underground structure that predated whatever building had once stood here. "I can see you," the voice called from the darkness below. Thank God. I was starting to think no one would find me. But I couldn't see anyone in the beam of my flashlight. The underground chamber appeared to be empty, except for fallen debris and what looked like the remains of old wooden furniture. Either the injured person was in a section of the chamber that my light couldn't reach, or... "Where exactly are you?" I called down. "I'm shining a light, but I can't see you." There was a pause, longer than there should have been if someone was genuinely injured and eager for rescue. Then the voice spoke again, and this time it was different. Still recognizably the same voice, but with that mechanical quality we'd heard in the forest, like a recording being played through hidden speakers. "I'm right here," the voice said. "Can't you see me? I'm right here in front of you." The beam of my flashlight was illuminating empty stone and shadows. There was no one there. That's when I realized we'd been lured into a trap, and whatever had been calling to us from the forest had followed us here, using our own human compassion as bait to draw us into an even more dangerous situation. The voice began laughing, a sound that started human but gradually became something else entirely, something that no human throat could produce. And as the laughter echoed up from that dark chamber below, I heard footsteps behind us. Multiple sets of footsteps surrounding the ruined foundation, cutting off our escape routes. We were no longer alone. The footsteps approached from multiple directions simultaneously, creating a sound like an army advancing through the undergrowth with perfect coordination. But there was something wrong with the rhythm. The steps were too regular, too perfectly synchronized, like marching soldiers who had practiced their movements until they became mechanical rather than natural. We huddled together in the center of the ruined foundation, backs pressed against each other as we tried to watch all directions at once. My phone's flashlight seemed pitifully inadequate against the gathering shadows, creating a small circle of visibility that only emphasized how much darkness surrounded us on all sides. "How many do you think there are?" Vanessa whispered, her voice barely audible. I couldn't answer because the footsteps made it impossible to count individual people. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once, as if we were surrounded by an entire crowd moving in perfect unison, but I still couldn't see anyone, despite the fact that the footsteps were getting closer with each passing second. The laughter from the underground chamber had stopped, replaced by that same hollow voice calling out, "Don't run, we just want to play. It's such a simple game." "Who are you?" I shouted into the darkness, trying to project confidence I absolutely didn't feel. "What do you want?" "We want to play Marco Polo," the voice replied, and now it was definitely coming from multiple locations at once, not just from the underground opening, but from the trees surrounding the ruins, from the shadows cast by the broken walls, from everywhere and nowhere. "It's such a fun game. You seem to enjoy it so much." The footsteps stopped abruptly, creating a silence so complete it made my ears ring. We stood motionless, straining to hear any indication of where our unseen observers might be positioned. But the quiet was absolute. Even the normal forest sounds had disappeared entirely, as if every living creature in the area had fled or been silenced. Then, from the darkness just beyond my flashlight's reach, came a new sound. Slow, deliberate clapping. It started with just one set of hands, clapping with that same measured rhythm we'd heard at our campsite the night before. But within seconds, it was joined by another, then another, until we were surrounded by what sounded like dozens of people applauding our performance. The clapping continued for nearly a minute, building to a crescendo that seemed to shake the very foundations beneath our feet. Then it stopped with the same sudden finality as the footsteps had, leaving us standing in a silence that felt pregnant with malicious anticipation. "Look down," the voice from the underground chamber commanded. "Look down and see what you found." Against every instinct, screaming at me not to comply, I directed my flashlight beam down into the opening in the floor. The light revealed something that made my blood freeze in my veins. The underground chamber wasn't empty after all. It was filled with objects that had been arranged in careful patterns across the stone floor. Personal belongings that looked like they'd been collected over years, or even decades. Backpacks, sleeping bags, camping equipment, clothing, shoes, all arranged in neat rows like inventory in some nightmare warehouse. But it was the other items that made my hands shake as I held the flashlight. Mixed in with the camping gear were things that people wouldn't willingly leave behind. Eyeglasses, jewelry, wallets, car keys, cell phones. The kinds of personal effects that stay with someone unless they're taken by force or abandoned in moments of absolute terror. "How many people have you brought here?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to hear the answer. "So many," the voice replied, and now it sounded pleased, almost proud. "Hikers, campers, people who got lost, people who were looking for adventure, they all played our game eventually. Some were better at it than others." In the flashlight beam, I could see something else scattered among the personal belongings. Bones. Not animal bones this time, but unmistakably human remains, picked clean and arranged in patterns that hurt to look at directly. Skulls stacked in careful pyramids, femurs arranged like fence posts, rib cages nested inside each other like Russian dolls. "Oh God," Jade breathed behind me, and I could hear her starting to hyperventilate. "God isn't here," the voice replied with what sounded like amusement. "God doesn't come to places like this, but we do. We've been here for a very long time, waiting for new players." The clapping started again, but this time it was coming from the underground chamber itself. As I watched in horror, shapes began moving in the darkness below, human figures, or things that had once been human figures, emerging from alcoves and crevices in the stone walls. They moved with that same mechanical precision I'd heard in their footsteps, like marionettes being controlled by an expert puppeteer. "Your turn to be it," one of them called up to us, and its voice was exactly the same as the one that had been speaking before. They all had the same voice, the same inflection, as if they were different instruments playing the same recording. That's when I understood. These weren't people at all, at least not anymore. They were something else, something that had learned to mimic human speech and behavior, but had never quite mastered the subtleties that would make the performance convincing. They were like actors who had memorized their lines perfectly, but had never understood the emotions behind the words. "Run," I said to the others, my voice surprisingly calm considering the terror coursing through my system. "Run now." We scattered from the ruins in different directions, abandoning any pretense of staying together in favor of making ourselves harder targets. Behind us, that horrible synchronized clapping erupted again, but now it was mixed with laughter and voices calling out Marco in perfect unison. I crashed through the forest without any regard for direction or safety, my only goal being to put as much distance as possible between myself and that underground chamber full of bones and stolen belongings. Branches tore at my clothes and face, and I could feel blood running down my cheeks from the deeper scratches. But the pain was nothing compared to the images burned into my memory. How many people had disappeared in these woods over the years? How many missing hiker reports had been filed and forgotten, attributed to people getting lost or falling into rivers or simply deciding to start new lives somewhere else? And how many of those people had actually ended up in that underground chamber, their belongings arranged like trophies, while their bones were stacked like cordwood? I could hear the others crashing through the forest in different directions, and I hoped they were making better progress than I was. The trees seemed to close in around me with each step, and I kept having to change direction to avoid impenetrable tangles of undergrowth or fallen logs that blocked my path. Behind me, the voices were still calling out their mechanical chorus of Marco, but they were getting fainter as I put distance between myself and the ruins. Either they weren't following me, or they were following but maintaining their distance, content to let me exhaust myself in panicked flight through unfamiliar terrain. Then I heard something that made me stop dead in my tracks. The sound of a car engine starting. It was coming from somewhere ahead of me, in the direction I'd been running. Not the familiar sound of Marcus's sedan, but something larger and rougher, like a truck or SUV with a diesel engine. The sound was accompanied by voices, real human voices this time, not the mechanical approximations I'd been hearing from the ruins. I crept forward carefully, trying to get close enough to see what was happening without exposing myself. Through the trees, I could make out a clearing where several vehicles were parked. a large pickup truck, a van with tinted windows, and what looked like an ATV with oversized tires for rough terrain. 3 men stood near the vehicles, dressed in hunting clothes and carrying what looked like military-style rifles. They were talking in low voices, but I was close enough to hear fragments of their conversation. Heard them running through the woods. Probably scared them off good this time. Boss wants us to make sure they don't come back. These weren't the mechanical voices from the ruins. These were real people, discussing us like we were a problem that needed to be solved. I began to understand that what we'd encountered wasn't supernatural at all. It was something much more mundane and infinitely more dangerous. We had stumbled into the territory of people who were using these woods for purposes they wanted to keep absolutely secret, and they had developed an elaborate system for scaring away unwanted visitors. The mechanical voices, the synchronized footsteps, the underground chamber full of belongings, it was all theater designed to create the impression of something supernatural while concealing very human criminal activity. But if that was true, then the bones I'd seen weren't just props. They were real human remains belonging to people who had gotten too close to whatever operation was being run from this remote location. People who had been eliminated not by monsters or ghosts, but by men with guns who were willing to kill to protect their secrets. I needed to find the others and get us all out of these woods before we became permanent additions to that underground collection. But first, I needed to figure out exactly what we'd stumbled into and who was responsible for turning this remote forest into a killing ground. The answers were somewhere in that clearing with the vehicles and armed men, and despite every instinct telling me to run, I knew I had to get closer and find out what we were really dealing with. Because running blindly through unfamiliar woods might get us away from immediate danger, but it wouldn't protect us from people who knew these forests intimately and had resources we couldn't match. If we were going to survive this, we needed information. And information meant taking risks that could get us all killed. I crept closer to the clearing where the men with guns were talking, using every bit of cover the forest provided, while trying to hear more of their conversation. My heart hammered against my ribs so loudly I was sure they would hear it, but they seemed focused on their discussion and unaware of my presence in the shadows. The sound system worked perfectly, one of them was saying. He was a tall, lean man with graying hair and the kind of weathered face that comes from spending most of your life outdoors. Had them running in circles for hours before they finally found the ruins. "Boss is going to be pleased," replied another man, shorter and stockier, with arms covered in tattoos that looked like they'd been done in prison. "That's the 3rd group this month we've scared off without having to get our hands dirty." The 3rd man, younger than the others and nervous-looking, shifted his weight from foot to foot. "What if they come back? What if they bring the police?" "They won't," the older man said with absolute confidence. "Nobody ever comes back after they see the bone room. We've been running this operation for 12 years, and not one person who's seen what we want them to see has ever returned or talked to authorities." My blood turned to ice as I realized what he was saying. The underground chamber full of bones and personal belongings wasn't just a deterrent. It was a carefully constructed psychological weapon designed to create trauma so intense that witnesses would never speak about what they'd seen. The bones were real, belonging to people who had genuinely disappeared in these woods, but they weren't being used as evidence of supernatural activity. They were being used as evidence of something much worse. "How many people has the boss actually killed?" the young one asked. "Shut up," the tattooed man snapped. "We don't talk about that stuff out here. Walls have ears, even in the middle of nowhere." But the older man seemed unconcerned. "Kid's got a right to know what he's gotten himself into. The boss has been using these woods for his operation since 2008. Sometimes people stumble onto things they shouldn't see. Sometimes hikers get curious about the buildings. Sometimes campers set up too close to the processing facilities. When that happens, well," he shrugged, "problems get solved permanently." "How many?" the young man pressed. "Officially? 0. There's no official count because officially nobody's been murdered here. People go missing in these woods all the time. It's easy to get lost, easy to fall into ravines, easy to get attacked by wildlife. The bones in that chamber? Those are from people who died of natural causes, accidents, animal attacks. We just collect them, arrange them in ways that create the right psychological impact. I felt sick to my stomach as I began to understand the full scope of what we'd walked into. This wasn't just a drug operation or some other standard criminal enterprise. This was something much more sophisticated and horrifying, a system designed to eliminate witnesses while maintaining complete deniability. The mechanical voices, the synchronized footsteps, the elaborate psychological theater, it was all designed to create an experience so traumatic and surreal that anyone who survived it would either be too psychologically damaged to report it coherently, or would convince themselves it had been a hallucination brought on by stress and fear. The speakers are motion activated, the older man continued, apparently enjoying the opportunity to explain their system. Sensors detect when someone enters the forest, and the playback begins automatically. Different recordings for different situations, children's games to lure people deeper, cries for help to exploit their compassion, mechanical voices to create psychological confusion. Works like a charm every time. What about the ones who don't run? The young man asked. What about the ones who are too curious, or too brave, or too stupid to be scared off? The older man's expression grew cold. Those ones get to meet the boss personally, and after that meeting, they become part of the bone collection for real. I had heard enough. More than enough. I needed to find the others and get us all out of these woods immediately before we transitioned from being targets of psychological warfare to being targets of actual murder. We had been incredibly lucky so far. Our terror had saved our lives by making us run instead of investigating further. But luck has a way of running out, especially when you're dealing with people who have turned killing into a systematic operation. I began backing away from the clearing as carefully as possible, trying not to make any sound that might alert the three men to my presence. Every step felt like it took an eternity, and I was constantly expecting to hear a shout of alarm or the sound of weapons being cocked. I had made it maybe 20 yards when my foot came down on a dry branch that snapped with a sound like a gunshot. All conversation in the clearing stopped immediately. "What was that?" the young man asked, his voice tight with alarm. "Probably just an animal," the tattooed man replied, but I could hear uncertainty in his voice. "Or maybe one of our visitors is still in the area," the older man said. "Better check it out." I heard footsteps moving in my direction and abandoned all pretense of stealth. I ran through the forest as fast as I could manage, crashing through undergrowth and leaping over fallen logs while branches whipped across my face and arms. Behind me, I could hear the men pursuing, their progress much faster and more efficient than mine because they knew these woods intimately. "There!" one of them shouted. "I saw movement over there." A gunshot echoed through the forest, and I heard the bullet slam into a tree trunk somewhere close to my left. They weren't just trying to capture me, they were shooting to kill, which meant I had learned too much for them to let me leave alive. I changed direction abruptly, hoping to confuse my pursuers, but almost immediately heard another gunshot and felt something burn across my shoulder. The bullet had grazed me, tearing through my shirt and leaving a bleeding furrow in my skin, but it wasn't a serious wound. What was serious was the fact that they were getting closer and their aim was improving. I needed to find the others, but I also needed to avoid leading armed killers directly to my friends. The smart thing would be to try to escape on my own and then bring help back for them, but that assumed I could actually escape, and right now that seemed increasingly unlikely. The men behind me knew these woods perfectly while I was completely lost. They had vehicles to cut off escape routes while I was on foot. They had weapons and training while I had nothing but desperation and fear. Then I heard something that gave me hope. Voices calling my name. "Over here," I shouted back, not caring if it revealed my location to my pursuers. "There are men with guns. They're trying to kill us." The voices came closer, and I could make out Marcus, Vanessa, and Jade calling back to me. They had managed to find each other and were looking for me, but they were about to walk directly into a kill zone. "Run!" I screamed at them. "Get to the car and drive away! Get help!" But even as I shouted the warning, I could hear vehicles starting up in the clearing behind me. The men weren't just pursuing us on foot, they were bringing their trucks and ATVs, which meant they could move much faster than we could and cover multiple escape routes simultaneously. We were being hunted by professionals who had been doing this for over a decade, and they had just decided that we needed to be eliminated permanently. The psychological warfare phase of our encounter was over. Now came the part where they tried to add our bones to their underground collection. The sound of engines roaring to life behind us galvanized our group into desperate action. We ran through the forest like animals fleeing a wildfire, no longer caring about direction or stealth, focused only on putting as much distance as possible between ourselves and the men who were hunting us with lethal intent. Marcus had somehow managed to keep his car keys during our panicked flight, and he was leading us in what he swore was the direction of where we'd parked. But the forest all looked the same to me. Endless trees and shadows that seemed to shift and change with every desperate glance over my shoulder. "How much farther?" Vanessa gasped as we stumbled through a particularly dense thicket. "I don't know," Marcus admitted, his voice tight with exhaustion and fear. "Everything looks different when you're running for your life." Behind us, I could hear the roar of engines getting closer. Our pursuers were using their vehicles to navigate service roads and hunting trails that we couldn't even see, positioning themselves to cut off our escape routes while we thrashed through the undergrowth like wounded deer. Then Jade grabbed my arm and pointed ahead. "There, I can see the cornfield." She was right. Through the trees, I could make out the edge of the tall corn stalks that marked the border between forest and farmland. If we could reach the corn, we might be able to lose our pursuers in the maze of stalks, at least long enough to reach our car and escape. We burst out of the forest and plunged into the corn rows, immediately surrounded by the rustling walls of green that had terrified us just the night before. But now that same corn felt like salvation, cover that might hide us from men with guns who wanted to add us to their collection of bones. The corn was even taller than I remembered, the stalks towering over our heads and creating a labyrinth of identical pathways that stretched in every direction. We tried to move quietly, but every step seemed to generate enormous amounts of noise as we pushed through the plants and stepped on fallen leaves and husks. "Which way?" I whispered to Marcus. He looked around frantically, trying to orient himself in the maze of identical rows. "I think this way. Maybe. God, it all looks the same." We started moving in the direction he'd indicated, staying close together to avoid getting separated in the corn. The stalks pressed in around us like living walls, their broad leaves brushing against our faces and arms with every step. The air was thick and humid, trapped between the rows and heavy with the smell of growing plants and rich earth. Then we heard voices calling to each other from somewhere in the corn behind us. "They went this way. I can see broken stalks. Spread out. Don't let them reach the road." Our pursuers had followed us into the corn and were coordinating their search like experienced hunters. We tried to move faster, but the corn seemed determined to slow our progress, catching at our clothes and forcing us to push through resistant walls of vegetation. "There." Vanessa pointed ahead where the corn rows opened up to reveal a strip of bare ground. The road. We stumbled out of the corn onto the gravel road where Marcus had parked his car the day before. The sedan sat exactly where we'd left it, looking like the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. Marcus fumbled with his keys, his hands shaking so badly he could barely get the key into the lock. "Hurry," Jade urged, looking back at the corn where we could hear our pursuers getting closer. The car doors finally opened, and we piled inside with desperate haste. Marcus turned the key in the ignition, and for one heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then the engine caught and roared to life, and he gunned the accelerator so hard the tires spun on the gravel before catching traction. We flew down the rural road at speeds that would have been suicidal under normal circumstances, but which felt barely adequate given the circumstances we were fleeing from. In the rearview mirror, I could see vehicles emerging from service roads behind us, the pickup truck and ATV from the clearing, pursuing us with obvious intent to run us down. "They're following us," I shouted over the engine noise. "I can see them," Marcus replied grimly, pressing the accelerator to the floor. His little sedan wasn't built for high-speed chases, but it was lighter than the trucks behind us, which gave us an advantage on the winding rural roads. We took curves at speeds that made the tires scream and the car slide sideways. But somehow Marcus kept us on the road, while gradually increasing our lead over the pursuing vehicles. The men hunting us were driving more cautiously, probably because they couldn't afford to crash their vehicles and leave evidence of their pursuit. "Where are we going?" Vanessa asked, gripping the door handle so tightly her knuckles were white. "Police station," Marcus said immediately. "We're going straight to the police and telling them everything." "Will they believe us?" Jade asked. "I mean, it sounds completely insane. Underground chambers full of bones, mechanical voices, men with guns running some kind of murder operation in the woods." She had a point. Our story sounded like something from a horror movie, and we had no evidence beyond our own testimony and the minor injuries we'd sustained during our escape. The men pursuing us were professionals who had been covering their tracks for over a decade. They wouldn't have left obvious evidence lying around for investigators to find. But we were alive, and that was more than many people who had encountered that operation could say. Whatever happened next, we had escaped when others hadn't, and that gave us an obligation to try to expose what was happening in those woods. The pursuing vehicles fell farther behind as we reached paved roads and could really open up the sedan's engine. Soon we couldn't see them at all in the rearview mirror, though I kept expecting them to appear around every curve. "I think we lost them," Marcus said, but he didn't slow down. We drove straight to the county sheriff's office, where we sat in the parking lot for several minutes, trying to calm down enough to tell our story coherently. We all looked like we'd been through hell, scratched, bloody, our clothes torn and dirty from crashing through the forest. "They're going to think we're on drugs," Vanessa said, examining her reflection in the visor mirror. "Maybe," I replied. "But they're also going to see that we're genuinely terrified, and that something really did happen to us out there. Even if they don't believe the whole story, maybe they'll investigate enough to discover what's really going on." We walked into the sheriff's office together, and I began telling our story to the desk sergeant on duty. I tried to stick to the facts and avoid speculation, focusing on what we had actually seen and heard rather than our interpretations of those events. The sergeant listened with professional attention, taking notes and asking clarifying questions. When I described the underground chamber full of bones and personal belongings, his expression became more serious, and he called over his supervisor. "You're sure about what you saw?" the supervisor asked. "Human bones, arranged in patterns, mixed with camping equipment and personal effects?" "Absolutely sure," I replied. "And there were men with guns who chased us out of the woods. They were talking about killing people who got too close to their operation." The supervisor exchanged a look with the desk sergeant. "We've had reports of missing hikers in that area over the years," he said. "Never found any bodies, never found any evidence of foul play. Most of the time, we assumed they'd gotten lost and died of exposure or fallen into ravines where we couldn't recover the remains." "How many reports?" Jade asked. 12 or 13 over the past decade, maybe more. It's a big area, easy to get lost, lots of ways to have accidents. But if what you're telling me is true..." He didn't finish the sentence, but we all knew what he was thinking. If our story was accurate, then those missing hikers hadn't died from accidents or exposure. They had been murdered by people who were using the remote forest as their personal killing ground. "We'll need you to give formal statements," the supervisor continued, "and we'll need you to guide investigators back to the location where you saw these things. Are you willing to do that?" I looked at the others, seeing my own fear reflected in their faces. Going back to those woods, even with police protection, was the last thing any of us wanted to do. But we were the only witnesses to what was happening there, the only people who could lead investigators to the evidence they would need to stop the killing. "Yes," I said finally, "we'll do whatever you need us to do." 3 days later, a joint task force of county sheriff's deputies, state police, and federal agents raided the compound in the woods. They found exactly what we had described, an elaborate underground facility filled with human remains and personal belongings from dozens of victims spanning more than a decade. They also found sophisticated audio equipment designed to create the psychological effects we had experienced, and detailed records of a drug manufacturing and distribution operation that had been using the remote location to process and ship narcotics across multiple states. 7 people were arrested in connection with the operation, including the 3 men who had pursued us through the forest. During interrogation, several of them provided information about additional burial sites and victim locations, leading to the recovery of remains from people who had been missing for years. The story made national news for several weeks. focusing on the innovative psychological tactics the criminals had used to deter investigation and the elaborate measures they had taken to conceal their activities. We were interviewed by multiple news outlets and documentary producers, though we were careful never to reveal our real names or identifying information. But the most important outcome was that the killing stopped. The operation was shut down permanently, the perpetrators were sentenced to life in prison, and the families of dozens of missing people finally got answers about what had happened to their loved ones. We never went camping together again. The experience had bonded us in ways that were both profound and uncomfortable, creating shared memories that were too intense to forget but too traumatic to revisit casually. We remained friends, but our friendship was forever marked by the knowledge of what we had survived together. Sometimes, late at night, I still wake up thinking I hear mechanical voices calling Marco from somewhere in the darkness outside my window. But they're just echoes of memory now, remnants of the worst 3 days of my life and the best outcome we could have hoped for, given the circumstances. We went into those woods as naive young adults looking for adventure and escape from ordinary life. We came out as witnesses to horrors that most people never have to confront, and as the instruments of justice for people who had disappeared without anyone ever learning their fate. It wasn't the adventure we had planned, but it was the adventure that was waiting for us in the deep woods, where human monsters wore the masks of supernatural terror and justice sometimes comes from the most unlikely heroes. The woods are quiet now, patrolled by rangers and marked with warnings about the dangers of straying from designated trails. But sometimes, on still nights when the wind is calm, locals say they can still hear echoes of voices calling out games that no one wants to play. The difference is that now everyone knows those voices belong to the dead, seeking justice that finally came too late for them, but just in time for us.